Good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for the second session of the day. Of course, this evening, Group B gets underway, but this afternoon, it was Mark McGeaney who made a perfect start to his Group C campaign. Here's Henry with some of the highlights from the session.
Vince Tipple found himself in a pickle and didn't pick up any points on his opening day of Super Series action. As for the silverback Tony O'Shea, victories are hard to come by. He'll be looking to improve on Friday. Dalf Whitten showed dazzling sparks of his brilliance, including this 150 in a blockbuster encounter against Mark Lawrence. As for Adam Lipscomb, a bit more consistent, he'll be further up the table, but he's going to be a challenger for a place at finals night. Mark Lawrence on debut, a 3-2 record. He finds himself second in the Group C table overnight. But it was McGeaney who made his mark, winning all 5 games on the opening day's action and winning the top of the table encounter against his fellow Mark Lawrence with a 160.
Yeah, the Gladiator showing incredible resilience this afternoon. It's hard to believe that that's the same player who looked so down, so dejected on Monday morning, isn't it? Glenn Durrant alongside me. We're going to reflect on what we saw in Group C this morning. Mark McGeaney, how impressed were you with the way that he was just able to pick himself up and go again?
It sort of gave me goosebumps even talking about it there, because I go back with Mark McGeaney, shared a room with him, representing England, and to see him so look dejected on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was quite a tough watch for me. So to see him come out today and show the real calibre of what he's all about, it was good, but still got work to do.
Yeah, we can have a little look at the league table at the halfway point. Unfortunately, Tony O'Shea not able to do the same. He's struggled this week, hasn't he? It looks like he may be carrying a bit of an injury.
Yeah, but he's not someone who would complain about that. He's just that the ultimate professional is Tony O'Shea, and he'll just get on with it. And I say it was sad to see, because, you know, McGeaney came out the traps, Adam Lipscomb came out the traps. Really, it was only Tony who really didn't follow that up. And, yeah, well, let's see what tomorrow brings. Yeah,
Adam Lipscomb, as you can see there, on 6 points, lost 2 of his games. He went off. Superb start to the day's session. Won 3 games on the spin without really producing that higher level. But if he could play with a bit more consistency, he could find himself in those top 2 spots, couldn't he?
Do you know, I've enjoyed watching him, and that's what the MODUS Super Series is all about. I mean, a lot of this week is, you know, real legends, people maybe 50-year-old or above, in preparation for the World Series in a couple of weeks. And Adam was a little bit starry-eyed early doors, but he's had opportunities, and I think he's gone back to the hotel right now as possible missed opportunities with his last couple of games, but all to play for tomorrow.
It is indeed, and it is all to play for tonight in Group B. We're going to bring up the bracket slide because, as you mentioned, a lot of players learning a lot about themselves this afternoon. A lot of players figuring things out. Tonight in Group B, we've got the return of course, Terry Jenkins, who played in that straight shootout on Wednesday afternoon with Johnny Haynes. Winner booked a spot at finals night. Of course, it was Haynes who came through. How do you think Jenkins will reset coming into tonight?
9 major finals, and he comes to the MODUS Super Series. You think this won't mean an awful lot to him. He was gutted. We were out with him on Wednesday night, and he was absolutely gutted he didn't qualify. And he renews a rivalry with Neil Duff as well, and I'm excited for that. Neil Duff got the better of Terry over the best of 3 games they've played so far. I'm really looking forward to that, and complemented by 3 debutants as well. We're up for a good night tonight.
Yeah, as you mentioned, 3 debutants in the field. Which one of them do you think can make the biggest mark on tonight's proceedings?
Well, Paul Linwood is someone who interests me because he was a bit of a youth prodigy, and I've been talking to Nick Kenny, a MODUS Super Series, now a Pro Tour holder, and he said Glenn is dangerous, and Nick Kenny's had some great games with him. I didn't know a great deal about Richard Stride, but watching him practice, he's very deliberate, very slow, and that can be tough as an opponent against that, trying to deal with that as well. And, you know, Richard's had success at the Hill and Ireland, and he's been on the seniors as well. And great talking to Kevin Edwards. I'll get the story across in comms about Kevin as well. You know, the 3, they've all come across as really nice guys, shared the stories with me, and I think they're really looking up to people like Neil Duff and Terry Jenkins, and yeah, it's going to be a great night.
Yeah, superb to see Kevin here. As you mentioned, he's had his trials, he's had his tribulations. Yeah. Fantastic to see him making his debut here at the Super Series. But our first match of this evening's session sees Terry Jenkins up against Paul Linwood, and Henry caught up with Paul prior to this session's getting underway.
Paul, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. First of all, what's your thoughts on this setup?
It's a nice setup. I've known a couple of players play on it, and they've mentioned it to me, said it is a nice setup. I'm looking forward to it.
For some people that may not seen you play before, seen you play much before, just explain obviously a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your game.
Well, I used to play when I was a lot younger, like got done well at youth level, and sort of packed it in for a while, you know, with life and all that, but got back into it. I've always enjoyed the game and thought I could offer a bit more to the game, like, and thought I'd try the seniors, over 50, like, and enjoying it, playing well, like, so.
What's your expectations here, or was it just going to enjoy the experience, take it one game at a time?
Yeah, years ago, it was, if I lost, I'd beat myself up, but now, it's a game to me now. If I win, I win. I'm happy if I win, obviously. If I lose, it's not the end of the world. Just try again next time.
We look forward to watching you play. Paul, good luck.
Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, Paul Linwood certainly looking forward to the challenge ahead against Terry Jenkins. The Bull, of course, played in that straight shootout with Johnny Haynes to determine who would progress from Group A. He finds himself back in action here this evening. Let's find out whether he can replicate some of that form shown in Group A. Let's get this underway then and hand back to our commentary team.
Good evening, Abby. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the second session on Thursday here at the MODUS Super Series. Group B getting underway, and we're going to see Paul Linwood in action. He made the final of the World Youth Masters back in 1988. He takes on Terry the Bull Jenkins from Ledbury, a 9-time PDC major event runner-up, a legend of this game, up against Paul Linwood, a player making his mark on the World Seniors circuit. Alongside myself, Henry Deacon, in the commentary box is the 3-time Lakeside champion, former Premier League champion, just all-round darting legend, Glenn Duff. Good evening, Glenn.
Shucks. Glenn goes red in the cheeks. Looking forward to this. I've used my good friend Nick Kenny as my guide to give me a little bit of information about Paul, a real youth prodigy. It was great talking to him.
78.
Interesting to see when they're getting interviewed down there, but fascinated with his shirt. That's about as UK as you can get by the looks of it. But up against someone who desperate to come out the traps.
81.
I can't even begin to tell you how disappointed he was not to get through Group A, Terry. I said to him, but it's another couple of days practice for you, and surely that's what you were here for. But he's definitely here to win the $5 grand prize, Terry Jenkins. Don't you worry about that.
Ten live games for you tonight here on Sporty Stuff TV. Joining Jenkins and 55. Linwood in proceedings are Kevin Edwards, Neil Duff and Richard Stride. We'll see them over the next couple of matches. But I wonder how Terry will feel going into tonight, because he had the opportunity
60.
in that winner-takes-all game against Johnny Haynes to seal progression. And Terry really did want to get through that Group A. Yeah, that bit between his teeth did the Bull.
43.
But maybe playing the evening session when you don't get through Group A, maybe just gives you a little bit more time just to kind of wake up a bit fresher about things and then just go again.
Well, we all know something about Terry that we didn't know before. His love now of Thai food.
140.
We were lucky enough to spend some time with Terry, and we shared a hot and sour soup.
43. Paul, you require 142.
Slow start here from Jenkins. And it's the debutant Linwood who started the quicker. And with Terry on 279, a treble here would be nice.
60.
But he leaves a finish as dart players like. You'll be seeing Paul go for the bullseye first dart. For Terry, it's minimum 2 trebles, but certainly not treble 1.
43.
Was I
Paul,
expecting this start from Terry?
82.
Definitely not. And that leaves a fat 17. Nice straight bullet of an arm. The tops.
Game shot on the
what
first
a good
leg.
feeling that
Paul
is.
Linwood.
Paul's darts. An 18 dart at the open proceedings.
Second leg is Terry to throw first. Game on.
This was a greyhound race. He was left in the traps.
Well, how many times do we say when it involves debutants here at the Super
100.
Series to just have that leg to settle down, get that first leg as quickly as possible. And the fact that he did it on a combination like an 82 will probably make him feel even better than possibly strangling around free in hand, last dart in hand.
140.
And you can see that confidence exuding now. 140 to start leg 2.
You just get the feeling with Paul Linwood, there's a story there about his darts career.
100.
Without knowing too much, it's probably, you know, he was a real youth prodigy. World Masters final when he was as a teenager. And he's been playing on the Gwent area. He's from Newport. And I'm sure he's got some stories to tell just listening to his idols. It was a bit of the who's who's. Kevin Kenny was a name that stood out for me. There's a name from the past. And of course the jockeys, the Bristows. So if I get a chance sort of this week, I'd like to get him, but I didn't want to disturb him too much.
41.
I do have a slight concern about Paul's throat. Terry's is looking great. As good as ever.
121.
The big worry for Paul that I see is just this big lift of the elbow when he releases. Can you see that on the dartboard there?
Is that what you like to call a hyperextension?
Terry require 122.
Surprised over the years if he hasn't had problems around the elbow area. But it's Terry for a 1-2-2. That leaves the bull for the bull.
97. Paul, you require 80.
And 80, it's all about the first dart. A treble 20s course is the bonus. What a big straight. Give yourself a dart to what a dart that is, Paul Linwood. This would be a satisfying start.
No score. Terry, you require 25.
Didn't expect that. He likes to go 17-4, does Terry? And this is double if you've been with us all week. Probably the one that's been hit the most. Terry needs it
17.
right now. And Paul Linwood would be super
80.
frustrated now with that big 12 more than ever. Because he's all the way back to there, and that's the worry. So he's going to have to use the bull probably himself with a 15 bull. So once again, it's the bullseye, Henry.
49. Terry, you require
Not to
8.
be, and this may just get Jenkins going. Been a slow start this for the bull, uncharacteristically for him. He's edging a bit closer, but he can't edge his way in, and so Linwood for
31.
2-0 lead, break of throw, and for the dream start in his debut game here at the Super Series. 15 for double 8, and now double 4. The target Jenkins has just
27.
missed, and
Terry,
it's the same outcome
4.
for Linwood. Madhouse.
No score.
Oh, that's a flyer.
Paul, you require 4.
Just when you think you begin to, this game, I fancy Terry Jenkins to come out the traps quickly.
Game shot on the second leg.
I even thought he would go on and win every single game tonight because I just fancied him to play really well. But it's Linwood at 2-0. Average is nothing to write home about.
First. Game on.
Terry Jenkins on an average, I don't think I'd ever seen him do. That's a wonderful first start. Steady ton would be nice. The 140 is the bonus.
140.
That puts an awful lot of pressure now on the bull.
But that first start is usually perfect, but
123.
this is interesting because I've just had a look at the first 3 days of Group A, and in the daily table, every single day, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, Jenkins has finished second every single day. So if you're looking at consistency, we thought going into play, Terry Jenkins was the man, but it's been a uncharacteristically slow start
83.
from the man from Ledbury here.
And it's not as if you have an awful lot of time to adjust and work out what the issues are. In a best of 7, it's a 60-metre sprint for athletes.
Well, just showing you the live odds from the odds compiler. Remember, 18+BGambleAware.org. Paul Linwood's 1-8. Terry Jenkins is now 5-1 shot in a 2-horse race here.
100. Paul, you require 121.
6 starts from 161. He might have the luxury of going for the bull first. That leaves 104. So
89.
he's gone that way for the bull. That was a strange way. If you're going to go for the 17s, you might as well go for the bull. It would be my theory on that, but he's played the percentages.
105. Paul, you require
16
32.
for a 3-0. That raises the eyebrows for both me and Henry in here. Not what we expected. Good markers. Big dart.
No score.
That's
Terry
the type of opportunity.
90.
And you can see the frustration there. and the type of player Terry Jenkins is. He'll want to punish that, but it's going to be the small bit.
42. Paul, you
And Paul
require
Linwood
32.
here. The opportunity to go into a 3-0 lead against the Bull.
Game shot
With the
third
double
leg.
16.
Paul
This is a
Linwood.
really good debut performance by Paul Linwood. He looks really settled on the stage. As for Terry Jenkins, well,
Fourth leg, it's Terry
we
to throw
expected a bit of a
first.
charge
Game
on the
on.
Bull tonight. Not quite happening in this opener.
I don't think he'll be coming for a tie with us again, do you?
11.
When was the last time we saw Terry Jenkins score 11?
Last time I saw Terry Jenkins get an 11, that was the order he was getting last night. But the order of the day for Linwood will be a victory against the Bull. Well, that's going to help
180.
with the first max of the night.
The assessment from Nick Kenny was absolutely spot on.
62.
Prolific in the Gwent area, local league. And Nick said, if I'm not at my best, Glenn, and we've had some fantastic games over the years. Absolute gentleman he was when I met him.
59.
Right now, he's in dreamland.
And the question we always ask of debutants, and I think especially tonight because we haven't seen him on our televised screens as much before, was how they were going to settle in on this
76.
stage. Well, Paul Linwood's answered that question and answered it emphatically. An 84.29 average, a 3-0 lead against Terry Jenkins. This is as dream a start as you could possibly get against the 9-time
57.
major finalist, and he's still got the luxury of time here on the Jenkins darts.
And you have to feel that Jenkins isn't going to play like this again.
180.
And what a bonus it would be for the rest of the players, for Paul Linwood in particular. And he's followed that 180. He should be looking at treble 15 now.
135.
He's not faced, Glenn. He's not faced at all.
Mm. Terry is. I don't think he can quite believe how this has started.
80. Paul, you require 70.
Well, this would be for a dream debut win for Paul Linwood. And so one dart in his hand,
Game
a double
shot
16
and the match.
to seal a
Paul
4-0
Linwood.
win against Terry Jenkins on his Super Series debut. It's the start of dreams for Paul Linwood. An 84.68 average, getting the better of the Bull to 0. It's a bagel for the Bull. Linwood the victor in our opening game. We're going to take a short break, and then Kevin Edwards is going to enter the hockey, and he takes on the reigning WDF World Champion in Neil Duff.
follow up that debut display from Paul Linwood. We saw him produce some very good darts in patches at the seniors back in November. Can he put a consistent run together here in Portsmouth? Well, first up, one of the favourites to progress through to finals night in Neil Duff. He finished second in Group A, despite not really producing his best. His finishing was slightly inconsistent, but he'll be confident that he can put down a bit of a marker in his opening game of the night. Henry caught up with Kev a little while back. Here's what he had to say.
Kevin, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. First of all, what's your take on this setup?
I think the setup's really, really good. Yeah, it's very impressive. Very impressive.
Looking forward to the next couple of days?
I am, yeah. I've not got much expectation, but if I play like I can, then I think I can do some damage.
For those who may not have seen you play much before, just explain a little bit about yourself and your game.
Yeah, well, I played for Essex Super League. I have done Q School a few times. Lost in 2 Challenge Tour finals. I do a lot of local competitions. Evolution Darts do a lot of local competitions, and I play in them, which is really, really handy. They're very local and they do a lot.
We wish you all the very best over the next couple of days. Kevin, good luck.
Thanks, Henry. Thank you very much.
So then, those are thoughts of Kevin Edwards as he makes his Super Series bow. He takes on the reigning WDF World Champion, Neil Duff, here in our second match of 10 this evening here at the MODUS Super Series. And I know, Glenn, you had a real good chat with Kevin earlier on this evening, and perhaps one of the most inspiring stories we've ever had here, really, at the Super Series.
Yeah, obviously it took me back because it was Q School 2019 he was going to. And the day before he had a heart attack, 6 cardiac arrests. His wife gave him CPR. Incredibly, the ambulance was there within 2 to 3 minutes. And
first leg, it's Kevin to throw
yeah,
first.
Very, very inspiring.
Game on.
And sort of the conversation after that, it was sort of difficult to understand just exactly what he's been through. He said he doesn't have a lot of expectations, and I suppose when you've been through something like that, Henry, that should just become irrelevant. Lovely talking to him about Wayne Mardle, Colin Lloyd, Kevin Painter. He's played with all these guys, and his idol is John Lowe, but very inspiring.
180.
Really nice guy to talk to, Henry.
It pales darts into, well, complete and utter significance in comparison to life. But Neil Duff with a really good start to this one. Kicking off maximum here in the opening leg.
I'm sort of still in shock over the Terry Jenkins performance.
Could be in further shock here because this is the perfect start for Duff.
135.
This was the kind of start I was expecting from Terry Jenkins.
100.
I was just thinking, during that game, I was thinking Neil Duff will be absolutely delighted because I'm sure he thought that Terry would be his main rival in this group.
85.
I mean, Terry mustn't panic. 3 from 5. He's still good enough over 2 days to get through, but I think that'll be a shock to Terry's system.
100.
Very
Neil, you
smooth.
require 101.
Silky smooth throw. A double 16.
69.
Superb opener here from Neil Duff, our current Lakeside champion.
5 darts into the perfect leg, leaving himself on double 16
Neil,
after 12.
32.
You're seeing the standard being raised right from the get-go here really tonight, aren't we, the Super Series? And in some ways, that first start was a nice marker for that double 8 in the end. And Duff obtains the break of throw inside the path of the course 15.
Second leg, it's Neil
and it
to
is
throw
the
first.
Duff man who takes the lead by a leg to nil. Now, the bookmakers quoted Duff as the 2 to 5 favourite before the running. Kevin Edwards could have been found of odds of 7 to 4 by the odds compilers. And when you look at, in terms of the group this evening,
100.
They had Neil Duff as the 11-8 favourite to go on and take it, with Terry Jenkins not too far behind at 6-4.
Mean, moody, magnificent. Neil Duff is absolutely fantastic here. And we did not see this on Monday morning, Tuesday morning.
81.
Saw glimpses of it on Wednesday. But this is your current WDF World Champion. He's playing exactly like that. And this is what the MODUS Super Series can do.
140.
If Neil Duff was going home after Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, he'll think preparation for the seniors could do better. But if he continues this trend...
58.
Like
Neil, you require 86.
This is absolutely brilliant from the Duff man. Absolutely sublime. An 11 darter on the back of a 15 in the previous leg. The average 115.62. That's the venue record, which has been broken twice by Conor Heenahan and Cam Crabtree. Heenahan did that in that remarkable night, the miraculous
100.
night, where he hit a 9-dart finish, average 107, and then went on to average 115. It was probably one of the most polished nights we've ever seen, and then didn't even qualify for the Saturday night final.
60.
And that's the thing for the Super Series. As long as it's about timing on Saturday night and just getting it right at the right time.
21.
Here's Neil Duff. Just beginning his early kick.
Like a swimmer in the first 50
41.
metres of a 600-metre race. But it's, can you find the kick for the line?
100.
The energy is sapping, and tomorrow will be day 5 for Neil. But he's an experienced campaigner in this format. He knows exactly the trials and tribulations that go with
100.
this particular competition.
And he's a fit lad. I mean, if you look at him there, he's not a great deal on him, so he'll just be... It's what's between those ears that's most important. Sometimes you can get tired mentally.
100.
I think physically he could play as long as he wants to. There's that familiar sort of lean over to the left.
131.
The Joe Cullen dart he started using before Lakeside last year.
$55.
First slight error there. Is to leave 169. Don't think he cares right now. I think he feels like he can.
81.
He's got magnets on them darts.
125.
Towards the treble 20. So if Kevin needs to start, he needs something now. That should be treble 17.
51. Neil, you require 88.
He's going to use the bullseye here. Well, actually, it's going to be double 7. And that's the added bonus for going that way.
74. Kevin, you require 74.
Kevin, don't miss the 14, and treble is the bonus. And that means that the bullseye comes into it again now. We haven't seen it hit much this week.
41.
And that trend continues.
Neil, you require 14.
He was inside. And so one dart in his hand at double 2.
On the third leg.
Only needed the one in the end. Break a throw, 3-0 lead. That's the double break for Duff. And now he throws.
It's Neil to throw
for a whitewash win.
Game on.
We haven't. You may see 2 4-0s in the first 2 games.
Actually 3 when you think of the last game this morning.
60.
In Middlesbrough, we say it's like a united bus. You don't see one for an hour and see 3 together. It's not often with the quality of these players at the MODUS Super Series that you see 4-0s. And we could be commentating here on 3 on the spin. Because that's a perfect dart for him.
140.
Neil Duff, who interestingly has just moved out of the betting to win the week. He was 9-2, which I thought the way he likes to... He plays his best stuff in the evening sessions. And you'd expect him to be one of the 3 to get through Group B. 9-2 could be the will fancy. And if he continues playing darts of this precocious
95.
nature, then he has got every single chance of having success on Saturday night. And
140.
Kevin Edwards really hasn't been allowed to get going in this game. Such has been the hegemonious performance by the Northern Irishman.
58.
Kevin Edwards, first person ever to hit a
59.
9-dart in the
Neil, you
Essex
require
Super League.
148.
All the way back in 2004. When he had his interview with Henry earlier. Didn't hold too much expectation. I highlighted that on my notes.
43. Kevin, you require 142.
That would be concerning if I had that sort of attitude. He's got a lovely throw.
55. Neil, you require 105.
It's 105 for Duff.
I'll be done this time, and so Edwards
48.
should get an opportunity
Kevin,
from here.
87.
At least at the ball. 84 left, so he's going to have to find a treble now. Treble 20 for double 12 looks like the option. Just underneath, and so Duff,
71.
with all
Neil,
being well, should get
57.
2 darts at tops to win by 4 legs to 0. It's been an impressive performance by the Duff man, who has got
47.
out of the gates
Kevin
quickly,
requires
but he
16.
hasn't yet crossed the finishing line. And so Kevin Edwards, to try and take the first step in the road to recovery, wants double 4.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Kevin Edwards.
And double 4 nailed. And to quote the famous line of Rod
5th leg,
Studd,
it's Kevin to throw first.
a comeback's got to start from somewhere.
After the hard work getting that double.
41.
The last thing you want to see is a small 1 as your first start there, because that's not going to put too much pressure on Duffer, who'll be really disappointed to get a 4-0 under your belt back in the
45.
Players' Lounge. It always feels really good. You can't give people like Kevin Edwards any chances, because that's a silky smooth first start for himself there, and you can see the disappointment across his face there.
125.
But he's fighting back. Right now, there'll be no panic stations for Neil Duff, but if it gets to 3-2 and doesn't start well on his throw on his last darts, then he will start thinking. They're just going, they're sitting nicely now, Henry, all of a sudden.
81.
And it was quite harsh to judge Kevin Edwards over the first 2.5 legs, because he was getting completely dismantled by Duff.
100.
But now he's been allowed the opportunity just to get into his stride a little bit. We're now seeing the best of him.
We are seeing sometimes the best darts of him, but it's just not following. I think the next thing for him, sort of dart 1 and 3, Henry, is absolutely perfect. It just seems to be that replication of the second dart. But I do like that one from Duffer.
135.
Is it all about that
Kevin, you require
C word that we like to
133.
use? Consistency.
Phew.
45. Neil, you require 121.
I didn't think he'd start on the 25 there, but he has. Usually people start on the 25s when
Kevin, you require 88.
Edwards wasn't on a finish, and if he pings this 88, it's definitely game on if this double 14 goes in. I think he thought that was it.
Game shot on the 5th
This is
leg.
impressive stuff.
Kevin Edwards.
Pleased for Kevin Edwards. Neil Duff will be thinking, I should have been off this stage 5 minutes ago. Why did I miss them doubles? And he'd
6th leg,
be
it's Neil to
definitely
throw
thinking
first.
about it.
Game on.
If he loses his dart here.
And Duff made a declaration there. With Edwards back on 88. On the 1-2-1, he
30.
started 25. He played a gamble to say, I don't need to have one guaranteed dart at the ball because I feel I'm going to come back at the next turn. Let's see what's happening here. And maybe the tables are returning.
Be calling Kevin Edwards, Andy Murray at the end of this game. He looked a beaten man, 3-0 down.
60.
I hope this game don't go on for 5 hours and 48 minutes.
Yes, he'll be getting cramp himself. He was playing that long.
We get cramped just being sat in the commentary box.
I think I was on the stage with Wolfie Adams for close to 3 hours in that semi-final that time.
Remember that very well. Is now a bad time to say that I was doing
55.
my GCSE mocks when that semi-final was being played?
I'm a senior now. It has been all about seniors this week at the MODUS Super Series. I think barring Adam Lipscomb.
45.
They're all sort of around that age 50 plus. A lot of them are either going to the qualifiers, and we'll be seeing Richard Stride up next, who lives a stone's throw away from the venue in Reading.
140.
And I think there'll be a few people who'll be fairly happy with the game. I've got a couple of weeks now to go away and just maybe work on a couple of the negatives.
105.
This is great stuff from Edwards. Leaves the fish. Them type of darts, Henry, in the first leg, they were just creeping into the treble 20. It's unbelievable when you're up against it. All of a sudden, they just creep into the treble 5 or creep into the treble 1.
Well, I'd say this game is seesaw, but really this game is kind of seesawed in the quicksand for Neil Duff
60.
at this present moment in time. Because Kevin Edwards here is on the cusp of sending us back to 3-3. And when Neil Duff
100.
Raced into a 3-0 advantage, we did not think we would be sat talking about this position now. 95 less, so treble 19 would have left the requisite double, and so Duff now
54.
to get over the line wants 81.
You're looking at treble 19, that's the perfect dart for Duff. Wonderful marker.
Game,
and he'd be absolutely a huge sigh of relief there, because he could have easily won that game 4-0. For Kevin Edwards, I don't think he's too disappointed, because sometimes you just need to get that feeling on that stage, and he definitely played the better darts at the back end of that match. Neil Duff and Terry Jenkins are the star performers there. Terry Jenkins struggled, but Neil Duff moves on with 2 big points. And we see Richard Stride coming up next against the returning winner of the first game, Paul Linwood. Back after the break.
Right then, our third match of the night and our first look at Richard Stride at the Super Series. He takes on Paul Linwood, who enjoyed the dream debut display, didn't he? A whitewash win over the Bull Terry Jenkins. A few nervy darts at double in the opening couple of legs, but he settled into the task very nicely indeed. Stride, who said he'd be playing at a working men's club in Reading if he wasn't here tonight, caught up with Henry a little while ago.
Richard, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. First of all, what do you make of the surroundings around here?
Yep, very smart. I've been told a bit about it, so yeah, it's nice to actually see it in real life. So,
looking forward to playing the next couple of days?
yes, yeah, I've been looking forward to it. So yeah, good opportunity for me. So hopefully I'll do what I can do. So,
for the viewers at home, just explain a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your game.
a little bit about myself. I've been playing sort of Super League darts since I was just, I don't know, about 38, so I've not been playing all that long, but yeah, playing county for Berkshire, enjoying that. Super League for Debbie's boys in Reading. Yeah, enjoying it.
And finally, what's your goals and expectations this week?
Goals and expectations, get through. That's the number one, try and get through. Overall, enjoy it.
We like the confidence, Richard. Good luck.
Thank you.
And so Richard Stride, the last player we're yet to see here this evening at the Super Series. He takes on Paul Linwood, who we've already seen get success against Terry Jenkins in our opening encounter of the night. Linwood going off the 4-11 favourite, Stride 2-1. The 52-year-old from Reading playing with a Paul Lim dart up against Paul Linwood, the 51-year-old from Newport, playing with a Del Fitton dart. I wonder whether we borrowed one of them from earlier on.
Yeah, just in the break there. I've been looking at Paul Linwood's throw in total slow-mo. Absolute starts his elbow extremely low. But at the point of release, it's at the 90-degree angle I sort of like to see a dart, and then it just dives up in the air, and it's like a Superman finish.
First leg, it's Richards to throw first.
If he's ever looking for a nickname,
Game on.
I think it's been used before, Superman. But have a look at that amazing follow-through that he does, but it gets there in the end, and if he can play like he did in that first game against Terry Jenkins, it'd be good. But I was watching Richard practice earlier. I really liked his interview. Usually people say, I'm just here to enjoy, I'm just here, I don't have all too much expectations.
180.
I'm here to do well, but what a feeling that is. 180 to start your day, to start your contest. Well done, Richard Stride.
60.
Doesn't get any better than that, does it? Well, it might do if he follows up.
I thought Stride would need to walk before he could run, but that was some opener.
45.
Give me one word to describe. I said to him earlier, and he went slow. I was like, great.
81.
Said boring, boring, does her.
You know, they've all been respectful. Been having a look at the brilliant Berkshire County website.
45.
I've got all my stats, Super League stats, and going back the past few years on Richard. I won't bore you with numbers after numbers, but he does love playing for Debbie's boys, Super League in Reading.
140.
I'm sure he's played 8 already. Won 6, averaging round about 73. And he's absolutely delighted to get this opportunity. Very deliberate on that first dart. Just get in that aim there, and then, like I said, I use that word quite a lot. It's just
45.
about replication. That's the key. After that, every player's got a different throw. This is a pretty unique. That elbow is so low. If we can get a side view of that throw of Paul's later, I'll try and explain
60.
exactly what I mean. Right, look how upright that is. When you're that tall, you've got to use your height.
But the interesting thing is, with the third dart's quicker than the first two, which is quite interesting. So do you think it's possibly he gets in the flow with the first two and then the third's okay?
I used to be very slow on the first one. and sort of get into your rhythm for 2 and 3. This one, it sort of takes him 2 darts. I really like this guy.
60. Richard, you
Unlucky.
require
It's always
127.
disappointing when you throw 3 good darts and you don't hear that treble. The brilliant Charlie tonight was Owen this afternoon. Once again, absolutely faultless, the pair of them. Looking after these 2 players. And it's bullseye. 180 start. Can it be a bull finish?
94.
That would have been
Paul,
the
you
perfect
require
start.
100.
And this is all about the first start. Perfection. Tops. Great marker.
Game shot on the first
What a dart
leg.
that is, because he
Paul
had to go
Linwood.
over his first start. A dream start for Paul Linwood so far. It's been absolutely
Second leg, it's Paul
fantastic.
to throw first. Game on.
Reading up about him, chatting, like I said, with Nick Kenny and a few other the Welsh boys there. I'm going to try and talk to him, but this is good. What a start from the man.
180.
Limbs for Linwood.
And what's got us through this week is interaction with you, people who are watching on Sporty Stuff TV
45.
or on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, but also the interaction we've had on Twitter as well, at MSS Darts. Please give that a follow. We've got over 9,000 followers now. Or at Dozer180.
41.
I'm happy to answer any question whatsoever. I think we've got a couple in already. Glenn, if they ever created a new dart competition, would you ever captain a Ryder Cup style UK team against the Europe team? If you would, who would be your 8-man
140.
British Isles group? I think you'd be good in charge. Have fun, lads, and good luck. I think the powers of be, the PDC, has just said that the
96.
calendar is just so full right now. It's virtually impossible to sort of introduce, because there has been chat and things like that about the Ryder Cup. But if you're a professional dart player right now, especially if you're in the top 8, Henry, you're virtually living out of a suitcase now. So just trying to incorporate that. But I would
60.
need time to have a look at picking an 8-man team. But great question. Keep them coming to us.
What's your thoughts on the World Mixed Pairs? Because it was used at the snooker, wasn't it, earlier this year? And it was a
100.
rip-roaring success.
It was, but it was more, I thought, a bit more of an exhibition, because there was only, was it 4 mixed pairs? And obviously I'm good friends and chat quite a lot with Rhiann Evans, and obviously I am a big snooker fan and a big fanboy of Mark Selby. Another Max.
180.
This time it's
Paul,
from
you
Richard
require
Stride, his
84.
second. He's had real moments. Good contest. Both round about the 90 mark. The double 11.
Game
What
shot
a
on the
start.
second leg.
A dream
Paul
start for
Linwood.
Paul Linwood. And what did I like about that, Henry? The little fist pump. Does it mean anything to these 50
Third leg,
plus?
it's Richard to throw first.
Absolutely.
Game on.
Richard, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. First of all, what do you make of the surroundings around here?
Yep, very smart. I've been told a bit about it, so yeah, it's nice to actually see it in real life. So
Looking forward to playing the next couple of days?
43.
That's a bit rude of me to interview Richard mid-match, wasn't it?
Fancy doing that at 2-0. He's got a game on, Henry. Just another beautiful dart from Linwood.
140.
Loving everything about this one. You've got a new fan here, Paul.
And it does enter that territory of where we found him from. Well, you know, this is fantastic darts.
It's all been all about the seniors, sort of week 11.
45.
Just to sort of hear him, I mean, without knowing the full story, it's only what you can read and the odd bits of conversation. But I think when he hit 50 and heard about the seniors too, he thought, why not? I mean, he's still quite prolific,
100.
I believe, in the sort of local comps in Gwent. And like I said, if the top boys aren't on the, the top game, then, Linwood will give you the game. And it's just given opportunities. We've spoken an awful lot about the partnership with the ADC, but also the partnership with the World Seniors
41.
as well. This is opportunities again for people who's probably thought their careers have been on TV or having success is over. I mean, the winner of the World Champs this year at the seniors, 40 grand.
140.
Serious money.
We've even got our commentator, Chris Mason, just, you know, taking a month off to prepare for it. Whereas the commentator, Glenn Durrant, is having 15 minutes in the house. You know what that means.
$85. Paul, you
So
require
for a 3-0 lead. Paul Linwood is yet to drop a leg tonight. That is such of the dominance that he is displaying
53
here in this particular matchup.
I bet he feels like an 18-year-old again, Henry, up there. He's just bouncing across there. And I just think it's just giving him a new lease of life. He was so excited to be here. Just very gracious. Give me a little bit of time earlier.
64.
I said, hello, I'm
Paul,
Glenn.
you require 68.
Been talking to Nick. And he was like, I know you are. And just very, very honest. And I thought, I hope he does well. For double six, I think.
56.
And Richard is a stride behind right now, but that's the perfect dart for him. This is good stuff from Richard.
180.
A little nod of appreciation.
Paul,
That's his
you
third
12.
maximum. What's very interesting on power pack there is no hundreds at all from Richard.
Been feast or famine.
6.
But not quite
Richard,
this time for
you
Paul
require
Linwood. And so
43.
this could be the first leg concession he has had this evening. Three for tops, from the bottom to the top.
Game shown
And
the
pop,
third
pop.
leg. Richard Stride.
For Richard Stride. The first leg that Paul Linwood has conceded this evening. But he has
Fourth leg, it's Paul to throw first.
the
Game
throw
on.
here in leg 4.
For the first time, let's see
41.
how Linwood reacts to that. It's been success after success in the very early stage of the MODUS Super Series for him now. And Richard's just not the type of player who's going to be rushed. He will play at his pace. And it's up to you to deal with that.
Because it's
60.
all good and well playing well when everything's going for you. Now we're just going to see a first look at a setback, or a mini setback, because it's only a leg concession at 2-0. He has the darts here.
140.
He looks a full package, Glenn.
He's enjoying himself. Like I said, there's things, I mean, what do you say to a 50-plus-year-old regarding the throw? But, you know, very low elbow and incredible follow-through. Like I said, it's like Superman if you watch him finish that throw, as Richard's the total
81.
opposite. He must be 6'3", 6'4" is Richard. Someone asked me one of the questions on Twitter this week, what's the perfect size? Well,
100.
there's an answer to that, but the greatest of them all, Phil Taylor, he must only be, what, 5'8"?
Sometimes it doesn't matter about size, it matters about effectiveness.
You've been hanging around with Abigail too long, you.
41.
Because we've seen the likes of Vincent van der Voort, the Dutch destroyer, and obviously a lot of the Dutch guys are taller. But then we've also seen players, for example, like, Justin Hurd, a great example of a player.
140.
A lovely setup from Linwood. If we did have concerns about that setback in leg 3, he's answered that very prolifically. How often do you see a player like Richard Stride where on the power pack, the 180s is his highest statistic?
85. Paul, you require 80.
Whereas Linwood's just been super, super consistent.
Game shot.
And why did he go treble 16
Paul Linwood.
for 80? Purely because Richard was not on a finish. So maybe if Richard was sat on a double,
Fifth leg, it's Richard to
you
throw
would see
first.
Paul Linwood go there. So that's
Game on.
excellent board management, finishing on his favoured double 16. This is good stuff from Paul Linwood, enjoying every dart he's throwing right now.
He's just enjoying the experience, isn't he? And sometimes debutants, they can 5 off of that adrenaline. That's exactly
134.
what he's doing here. But that's a better start from Richard Stride. A 1-3-4 to kick things off in leg 5.
Yeah, so we've got Alex Small watching.
42.
He said, I hope Paul gets through, so maybe Alec can tell me a little bit more about Paul. Maybe Nick Kenny hasn't, but looks like the Welsh are cheering him on.
One of the good things about this, because a lot of pros and players around the circuit, they do watch this and watch their fellow friends and colleagues in action.
44.
I think we'll be hoping to see Alec again very soon at the MODUS Super Series. And he was runner-up to Adam Warner that night and happened to go backstage with his family, and he was so upset.
45.
He was absolutely gutted because he's just a natural talent. He's just a phenomenal player. Look at his front foot there. That's incredible. I don't think I've ever seen that. If we can get a side-on view of Richard's throw, but he's a contortionist.
59.
We've had table cam. We had foot cam this week, haven't we, of Owen Binks?
I think we need foot cam on Richard. We sort of, this is brilliant.
140.
Absolutely superb, Paul Linwood. We can see, look at that front foot. I don't think I've ever seen an ankle be the source of the balance.
Feels like he's twisting the ankle because the foot's pointing up.
I'm in pain watching it. Where did my fascination
26.
with throws and stances suddenly come from? If someone said the night I beat Danny Noppert to win the first lakeside, how did you throw that? I would say, I haven't got a clue, I just threw it. Now I'm looking at people's feet.
92.
Glenn's getting a bit of a foot fetish here in the commentary box.
That is bizarre, look at that. Can I do it again? Wowzer.
26.
Well, that's a new one for me. You've got this incredible elbow and Superman finish of Paul Linwood. And the contortionist of Richard Stride.
81.
So in terms of balance, what can you say about that? Because obviously the leg's lifting up, and usually for most players, the foot's on the floor is your vehicle of support.
Well, actually, your back foot is in that scenario, Henry. It's your back foot which will really be is your real stabiliser. Your
60.
front foot, you should have that
Paul,
connection
you
with
require
your throwing arm.
101.
If you ever heard a dart player say, do you know, I really fancy I was going to hit a 180 there. Maybe talk about this next leg, because if a big 17 here,
50.
his first bad dart
Richard, you require
of the whole night.
152.
We'll maybe come back to that in the next match. We're 152 from Stride, and you feel he needs it. Without stating the obvious, he does need it, but look at that. And look how close them 2 feet are together. I don't think I've ever seen that.
60.
But it's 51
Paul,
for
you
Linwood.
require 51.
Well, this is for his second consecutive victory. Double 16. Double 8.
35.
Doesn't go. And so
Richard,
Stride.
you require 92.
92 to bring it back to 3-2. To try and take things in his stride. When the bullseye first, that's in the single 3. So that left 89, and so Linwood now back for that double 8 to seal
28.
a 4-1 success.
Paul, you require 16.
Paul Linwood for an immaculate start. Good marker. Bends the wire.
Game,
And
shot,
what a last
and
dart.
match.
It was one
Paul
step
Linwood.
beyond for Stride. But for Paul Linwood, it's an absolutely fantastic dart. 2 from 2. And he punches the air to the gallery. I think he has someone here with him supporting him, but what a wonderful start for the debutant. Played 2, won 2. Terry Jenkins under his belt, and now an 84.24 average against Richard Stride, who had his moments. 3 maximums there being the big success for Richard. He'll benefit from that experience, but it's Linwood that strides on. Next up, Terry Jenkins after a disappointing start against Kevin Edwards. Back after the break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And a reminder that you can book your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. But back here at the Live Lounge, Terry Jenkins, who put in an incredibly below-par performance in our opening match in Group B, averaging 70 and missing all 10 darts and a double. He'll be looking to add at least 15 points onto his average in this one against Kevin Edwards, who'll be pleased with the way he played from 3-0 down against Neil Duff. But can he make a stronger start to this one and give himself a real chance of picking up the points? Let's hand back to Double D, Deacon and Duzza to guide you through.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, I'll make a prediction here. Terry Jenkins doesn't play as bad as he did first game. Yes, I've been slightly ironic there because I was absolutely amazed at that first performance, and I'm sure there was a lot of betting slips ripped up after that game because, like many of us, we're pretty unanimous, certainly in the comms box, that Terry was going to have a brilliant night tonight. I didn't see that coming from anywhere, but we sort of talked an awful lot about the negative towards Terry Jenkins and
First
maybe not
leg,
enough
it's Terry to throw
positivity
first.
towards
Game
Paul
on.
Linwood, who's in dreamland right now. But for Jenkins, dare I say, must win already, or at least something to get him going. And that first start is a positive for him.
125.
You wonder how quickly a man can change from one game to the next. Well, the odds have actually come in for Jenkins a little bit. He was 1-5 at the start of the night to win. This is now 1-3. Edwards looking
140.
to have a perfect start to this match. He could be found of odds of 9-4 to win this one. Interesting one's the next one. Neil Duff is now a 1-7 shot to get the better of Richard Stride.
Henry's tips tonight. How
$100.
are they doing so far? Was it this game for the most 180s? You have to look out tomorrow. It's my turn.
45.
I'll be on Sporty Stuff TV during the Greyhound Show, and I'll be giving some tips for the matches tomorrow night. Anyone who knows me and watching it, probably best to back
125.
Glenn, I'll level with you. It was finished after the end of the first game.
Really?
Yeah, I had Terry Jenkins, most 180, and Paul Linwood. That was one apiece.
63.
Kevin, you Neil Duff at just tried less than 5.5 legs, and Kevin Edwards to beat Paul Linwood.
Well, you're as bad as me.
30. 55. Kevin, you require 106.
Treble 18. Maybe back on the treble 20 or even treble 12 if that was covered. But what a last start that is. And how many times have we seen this week the double 4 coming into the equation? But Terry,
137. Kevin, you require
best to last
8.
in this leg. This is a lovely throw.
Game shot on the first leg.
And like many
Kevin
times
Edwards.
this week, that double 4 has been sunk with aplomb. And it's Edwards who takes the opener.
Second leg, it's Kevin
and
to
more
throw
importantly,
first.
a
Game
breaker
on.
throw. What is happening to Terry Jenkins?
We often use the catchphrase, darts is on the day, and maybe we are seeing the most extreme
60.
example of that particular expression. The expression on Jenkins's face for the first bit of the night has been dejection, but can he find an injection of energy and of power scoring?
And Terry, who freely admits he doesn't play an awful lot of darts, but the tournaments that he does
100.
play in, He usually wins. He won a vault competition, ADC vault recently, and over Christmas he was playing people like Nick Fulwell and Jim Williams.
80.
He said he's yet to lose against Jim Williams, and might enjoy telling me that as we ate our pad thai.
125.
That was a really good meal.
People around the table. Brilliant. Making me feel young. But then he didn't say some of the conversations. Wow.
60.
Yeah, very lucky to have a really good team, not just of people who work on it, but the actual people that work on it. Very, very lucky. And I really like the treat that Wayne Mardle put out earlier, I have to say.
85.
Yeah, we talked about pathways and the opportunities now for... And Wayne Mardle is a bit like the, you know, Kevin Edwards, who's played in the same Super League team
82.
in our day.
Kevin, you require 131.
90s, noughties, you know, etc. Even before that, there was one route. Opportunities now for players is endless, and just had a couple
99.
of messages from
Sarah, you require 144.
Jamie and Carl Coleman, who I talk a lot about on here, that they're a challenge to her this week, and I'll have one eye on that, and I'll be
96.
Feel like I'm playing when
Kevin,
Jamie and Carl are playing.
32.
I get just as nervous watching them. It's double 16 for Edwards.
Game shot on the second leg. Kevin Edwards.
Am I surprised? My opening gambit. Terry Jenkins won't play as bad as he did the first
Third leg,
game.
it's Terry to throw first.
Guess
Game
what?
on.
Terry Jenkins is averaging 83 here, but Edwards is playing well. 2 out of 3 on the doubles, 91 average.
60.
But the Bull is yet to win a leg tonight. Lost 4-0 to Linwood in the opener. 2 down here. It's 0-6. And it's a case of, oh no, for Terry at the minute.
140.
Better from the Bull.
140.
Kevin Edwards, if we look at these averages now.
Averaging 95.17 is Edwards. Jenkins 85.69. Scoring power pack. 3 ton pluses for Jenkins compared to Edwards 4. And then 1 in the ton 40 plus column for the Bull compared to 2 for his opponent. But it is Jenkins in this third leg, yet to have a dart at the double in this match, who finds himself first to a finish on 161. Looking to get not just the first leg of this match, but a first leg of the night. He's got 6 on this particular juncture to get himself on the board.
90.
A very sensible last start there. Even the 25 would have left a 2-dart combination. For Edwards, that's perfect. And a 140 here will certainly make Terry Jenkins think.
140. Terry requires 71.
Looking at the 13's bed for a fat 18. Already a must hit tops.
31.
Bends the wire.
Kevin, you require 36.
For Edwards, these are the chances. Opportunity knocks. Will
28.
he look back at that moment,
Terry
Henry?
require 40.
I fear he might. Or should I say, I fear he may.
Game shot on the third leg.
He
Terry
could well.
Jenkins.
As Jenkins gets on the board for the evening, does the Bull.
Remember that
Fourth
moment.
leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
And remember that
Game
moment
on.
comes Saturday night, because if Terry Jenkins gets through to Saturday night, it'd be very, very tough to beat. And just remember the moment he lost 4-0.
43.
Kevin Edwards had darts to go 3-0 up in this game. Pivotal moment.
100.
Because the average now for Jenkins creeps up to just a tad under 86. Edwards here, averaging 90.5.
100.
I'd love to hear from Wayne Mardle, Colin Lloyd, Kevin Painter, a little bit about Kevin Edwards, because that's a fault. It's an elegant throw, is Kevin Edwards. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing with it. I'd even say it's the smoothest out of the 5 of them tonight. Look at that. Proper.
180.
The wrist, the arm facing the target. Perfect release. Smooth as silk. Lovely jubbly.
42.
That's my southern accent there. Any good? Is that worse than your Caribbean?
I don't do accents.
I've noticed. Accents and pool are not your thing.
38.
Nor was darts earlier on this evening. Not that it's something I should really admit in a darts commentary box, but...
59. Kevin, you require 140.
You'd be thinking at this stage, I've probably got 6 darts. But what a dart that is. What a dart that is.
130. Terry, you require 160.
Can the ball get a big finish? Not this time. And
11.
Disastrous.
Kevin, you require 10.
It's twice tonight. He's at 11. I don't think I've ever seen that with Terry. In all the years I've seen it, but you can't mess about now, Kevin.
6.
He may
Terry,
come
you
back.
require 149.
Still an outside chance for Jenkins, but you do not give this man 6 darts.
$80. Kevin, you require 4.
For all the lip readers there, Terry Jenkins said, oh dear.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
3-1 to Kevin Edwards. And I'm as bamboozled as anybody. Both myself,
5th
my
leg, it's Terry to
co-commentator
throw
Henry
first.
Deacon are scratching
Game on.
our heads here because it was just about Terry Jenkins getting 5 wins out of 5 tonight, or 4 wins out of 4. And how was he going to do against Neil Duff was
30.
my only sort of question. Right now, this is looking like a long, long night. And 3 from 5, all of a sudden, it's just beginning to be a question.
45.
it's as if the bull has pulled a pigeon here.
$45.
I even think the jokes of Terry and June. I know you're very young, but have you ever heard of that show?
No, no, I haven't.
1970s, I think that one.
45.
Gone a little bit quiet for Edwards, and that's my concern. He has to keep on top.
100.
Why are you looking at pigeons? Am I missing out on something here?
It's an old English phrase.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
85.
basically to say that your luck is relinquished from one place to another, because to pull a pigeon means that basically what you wanted is not what you've ended up with. Well, something along those lines.
23.
Oh, did you see that last start there from the bull? I think he's as frustrated as I've seen him in a long, long time. He had a match
59.
against Johnny Haynes to win Group A. More frustrating, he said, was the game previous to that against Adam Lipscomb, where that would have really set him nice because he had the legs difference.
97.
I didn't think that would be on his mind come tonight, Henry.
To be honest, I think all that's on anyone's mind at the minute is pigeon.
100.
Do you know what a grizzle is? Or a fantail?
100. Kevin, you require 167.
Edwards is on 167 for the match.
Any pigeon fanciers? I'd be quite impressed with my knowledge there. Much better here from Edwards.
95. Terry, you require 106.
Gives him a chance. It already feel it's must hit this. It's tops for He bent the wire last time.
Game shot on the
But
5th
that's what he's all about, is
Terry
Terry Jenkins. That's his
Jenkins.
best start of the night. It took him 9 legs to really
Sixth
get
leg is
going
Kevin
and
to throw
demonstrate to
first.
us.
Game on.
And his game's still there, but Kevin Edwards, it's your darts right now. You've done the hard work, you've done the groundwork. Now it's about finishing off. You need a treble.
60.
Well thrown darts. The execution of his darts and the frustration from him is evident.
45.
You don't need a commentator telling you right now. The thoughts that's going through Terry Jenkins's head.
140.
I love that throw. Love that throw of Kevin Edwards, Henry. What do you think his main attributes
41.
that you've seen very early? I mean, we've both seen him arguably for the first time up close and personal.
Coolness, calmness, and he looks absolutely unflappable.
140.
Just goes about his business. There's no drama. There's no chaos. It's just
39.
cool,
Kevin, you require
calm,
161.
collected. And he is on the verge of a win against the Bull, who could go 0-2. We did not expect this at the start of the night.
97.
The bookmakers didn't expect it at the start of this match. Kevin Edwards was a 9-4 shot to win this game.
60.
Terry Jenkins 1-3 on with the
Kevin, you require
bookmakers, but those odds
64.
looks as if they are going to be rendered irrelevant if Edwards can now find this double 16 for the
Game,
match.
shots, and the match.
To get the
Kevin
better of Terry
Edwards.
Jenkins by 4 legs to 2. And so Edwards, on the back of that defeat against Duff, follows up with a win against the Bull, who is still searching for his first victory this evening. An 87.78 average for Edwards. An impressive performance by him. Finished off by that 64. Terry Jenkins showed glimpses of that 106 finish, but there's going to be work to do for him in the second half of his evening. Coming up after the break, Neil Duff up against Richard Stride.
Well, Neil Duff came racing out to the blocks in his opening match of the night, an 11-dart leg to take a 2-0 advantage. Slightly sloppy towards the back end, but he got over the line and is looking to make it 2 from 2 in Group B against Richard Stride, who had far too many trebleless visits in his opener, meaning he only had 3 darts at the outer ring in the match. Will he feel more settled in this one? Let's find out with Glenry.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, I was super impressed with Neil Duff. There was a stage where I thought he was going to run away with a 4-0 victory in his first game against Kevin Edwards. Kevin since then has absolutely settled in. Won a couple of legs against the Duff man, and then was absolutely outstanding there to beat up Teddy Jenkins, really. For Richard Stride, it was feast or famine, as Henry called it. 3 maximum 180s, but no tons, and a 140. So the consistency just wasn't there. So the game's there, he's capable. As you can see, very upright, very deliberate. And sometimes, you know, for Neil Duff, it's more of a mental batting. He just needs to focus. It's not a super long game, a best of 7. And you just have to, it's a good opportunity just to get your reset when you stand behind someone like Richard. But I think Neil Duff's in a good headspace right now. He's probably deep down absolutely delighted that Teddy Jenkins hasn't come out the traps, but with 3 from 5 going through, you really just need to focus on yourself.
First leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
How do you see this one going, Henry?
Well, the odds compilers see this going only one way, and that's a Neil Duff victory, and by a convincing scoreline. 1-7, the bookmakers have these two before the off. 1-7 for 60. Duff, 9-2, Richard Stride. And they are tipping this to be a heavy victory for Duff. 8-11
45.
for this to go under 5.5 legs.
I sit here to give my thoughts, and for me, it's all in the hands of that man in
100.
front of you there. I think in an occasion like this, sometimes the only person who you can beat is yourself. Richard's going to be steady. Like I say, he's going to be rushed for no one. And he did demonstrate some real quality in his last game. It was just more the inconsistency, similar
24.
to them 3 darts. I think last time he went 24, followed by a 180. Whereas this man usually peppers that treble 20 bed. And a bit
60.
like Mark McGeaney today, Henry, I just sort of see something in his eyes. I think the fresh start, he was up nice and early this morning. Seeing him going for a walk, which I said was a good thing to do. He said, no, Glenn, I was walking to the Greasy Spoon for a full English. I said, well, I was going to bull you up a little bit and say, go for a walk and get some fresh air to clear your head. I just get the feeling a lot of the dart players prefer to play on the night.
100.
Just like that prime time factor, don't they? And this is prime time darts. Late night darts here at the Super Series.
It'll be late night darts on Saturday night, but the tickets are free, and you're going to see some fantastic players. That added
58.
cherry on the cake is you to come and support these guys. Getting a full crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tickets are free at dartshop.tv. And the opportunity
95.
to meet Henry Deacon. Surely you can't miss that.
I'm sure they could miss that, but don't miss the darts.
I like that dart. That second dart was beautiful.
85.
It's just the inconsistency on the point of release. I don't think... Will he go for the bull?
61.
Yeah, he had a couple of options there. It was 155, what we saw in the World Championships when famously Michael van Gerwen set up to leave Mensah with a 161. For me, that was the moment. Going till that unbelievable leg of darts, but treble 19 from Stride. And he'll be back up to treble 20 as he growls at the board.
99. Neil, you require 25.
He likes this way, 1 double 12. Been his MO all week, and it's worked all week. And it works again there for Neil Duff. opens up a 1-0 lead, and you have to say
Second
quite
leg,
comfortably.
it's Richards to throw first. Game on.
He sort of just goes above that double 12, doesn't he? Gets a wonderful mark, and 9 times out of 10 this week, that final dart does pop into the double 12. And right now, just keep your eye on Neil Duff. He's just staying focused, and that's what you've got to do.
100.
We all love this game when you're watching Van Gerwen versus Smith, and it's fluency and legs in 60 seconds. For the real sad cases like me, I love battles like this.
60.
And look, it takes all sorts of different styles, different throws to make this sport as incredible as it is. And every action's unique, every action's different. But if it works,
140.
then it works. Everyone is unique. Everyone is really unique. That's the end of the philosophy
83.
session with Professor Deacon.
Professor Deacon with hashtag unique. But you're absolutely spot on, my friend. No two throws are the same.
In short, be you.
Be you. And don't overthink. If I could just turn the clock back
60.
18 months, I wish I could. Well, all I did was throw darts and enjoy it. When you look for that 1 or 2%, you've got to be so careful. But right now, these guys, especially Neil Duff, is just
85.
enjoying his darts. Lakeside champion, it's a wonderful time, that 12 months after becoming the champion. And I know he's paraded that trophy all over, very proud champion. Extremely disappointed that the WDF World Champions weren't this year. Obviously planned for February. That's now been extended to December.
105.
He made it very clear his disappointment towards that. And bizarrely, you can be playing on the WDF circuit this year and not qualify for Lakeside, even if you're the best player in 2023.
99.
So super
Richard,
confusing.
you require 96.
Not that it will bother me. I was asked today if I'd do the WDF again, but I'd rather just keep the memories of 2013 to 2018.
Oh, here we go. 1 dart. 88 for stride.
80.
Back on 174. So to level this game up at 1 apiece.
Richard, you require 16.
Been a far more sedate second leg for Duff.
No score. Neil, you require 114.
Treble 18. Would have given him a dart at tops.
98.
So stride back for double 8.
I think he was looking at double 4 for a second there.
Game shot on the second leg. Richard stride.
And that was probably because the last start of the last visit went inside, but it went inside the 16, so he busted his score. And so possibly he may have thought it slipped inside the 8, and then just had that quick second to look back at the scoreboard. That's good play there. Always make sure you know the scenario, and if you have to step back, step back.
What I didn't like was some of the reactions there from the Duff man. Just needs to do what he's doing now. Just look at the floor. It can be a bit of a mental battle.
24.
He knows deep down he's the better player. And it's just another feather to your bow. It's just another challenge. You can't expect to be playing super quick players.
93.
I mean, it was absolutely fantastic Group A this week, Henry. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and the pace from all the players was unbelievable. All 6. It was, I think we finished in record time, and the quality was really good. But this is a different challenge. You know, Rich is doing absolutely nothing wrong. Yes, he's a little bit more
60.
slower. But so what?
But this is him.
Yeah, so what? And part of me, when I was like, you know, looking back, it's quite funny. You know, some of them things Michael Smith used to say about me and Van Gerwen. slow and boring. But now you've met me, you know I'm super exciting and an unbelievably funny character.
You like your garden sheds.
I like my meat, I like my veg.
But you...
And I like Charlie more than Owen.
100.
April Fool.
You leave Owen alone. Only I can do that in this commentary box.
I publicly apologise.
99.
Taking me on a road trip on Saturday is Owen.
Yeah, I should be going. Better from stride.
135. Neil, you require 88.
Now we'll treble 17. Treble 10. Not even the bullseye, but
32.
Don't beat yourself up, Neil. You're in a great position here for 2 wins out of 2. And who am I to tell the Lakeside champion? He knows. Look at the floor, Neil. That's all you need to do. Look at your darts, check them.
100.
And then go through your process
Neil, you
again.
require 56.
And we call this and that. Tops for Duff.
Game shot on the third
That
leg.
will feel nice
Neil
because the
Duff.
first dart, obviously, he was going for the 16s there. But just that combination finish to keep you...
Fourth leg, it's
just to
Richards
keep ahead
throw
2-1.
first. Game on.
He'll be feeling really good. And if he looks at the bigger picture, Neil, 2 wins out of 2. A couple of games still to go. 3 from 5 gives you serious opportunities to get through to Saturday night. He just has to keep reminding himself about that bigger picture. This is great stuff from Richard.
180.
His 4th of the night. The biggest 180 hitter, the most prolific on that bed. Just not backing it up with the scores behind it.
It's finding,
59.
yeah, it's finding that little bit of consistency, isn't it,
You know,
Richard?
Sorry, Henry. Saying that, he has hit 6 tons this one, but you know when he does miss, he's scoring in the 20s, and that's maybe the big difference. And we've used this word an awful lot, so I do apologise for the fear of repeating myself. But when you do self-reflect, it's just changing them 22s to 60s, them 60s to 100s. You know, that's the continuous improvement that you're always
60.
striving for.
You mentioned those comments, obviously, you said about you and Michael Smith back when you were playing. Now, as you've openly admitted, you wasn't exactly a Van Gerwen pace player, but you won it. When you were in that scenario and you got a quick player
61.
behind you at the hockey, are you conscious of the fact that they're probably waiting behind because they know the pace that they're going at? And can that make you, as a player, just panic a little bit?
It didn't in the early days, but then obviously the PDC is so big, and then when you're reading boring Glenn, and Glenn's not going to be because he's so difficult to play, and I was like, am I? I didn't realise I was that slow. I didn't realise I was that deliberate. I didn't realise I was that boring. And part of me, I think I started to try to speed up to appease others.
83.
And that's one regret, because as Richard nearly goes for a fall there. And I think sometimes that maybe sort of got the better of me there. But I didn't want to be bullied on the hockey. But when you play Gerwin Price, you can
100.
breathe. You can hear
Richard,
him breathing down your neck.
155.
And there was a game where he actually threw over my head. I was literally getting my darts out, and Price was just trying to, just bully's a big word, but he was just trying to, I'm the character here, I'm the big man here.
Can you feel intimidated then in that scenario?
You can, but I didn't.
80.
But I just wish I wasn't so nice at times in the PDC, because I was blooming awful in the BDO. I was the big cheese, and I dictated everything, and I just think I wanted to be liked.
140.
When
Richard,
I've watched Richard
75.
today, he's just doing his own thing, and he's not affected by anyone, and he is the one dictating the pace. The double 12. Solid.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Oh,
Richard
proud as a
strike.
peacock, he stands there. I was waiting for him to get his phone out and do a selfie there. But it's 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Neil to
That
throw
had
first.
Bob Anderson 180 finger point vibes. That had Owen Binks double 1 vibes as well about it.
85.
Bob Anderson 180, the seniors moment. was the biggest moment of the seniors last year. I absolutely loved it. Does throw the perfect dart. Look at that. It's begging for more. And that's the frustration, them two that follow that first one. He's not a million miles away, Richard, from getting it totally right. And right now he's frustrating Duff.
60. $140.
We've seen some surprises tonight. Are we looking at another one?
Before play got underway, we kind of thought Duff and Jenkins would be two of the three finalists, and it would be between the debutants to kind of jostle it out for the final position, but it is not turning out that way at all. Duff did win his opener against Kevin Edwards, but Jenkins is 0-2.
85.
The halfway point of his night.
Yeah, the Ballyclare man is not as comfortable as we both anticipated going into this game. He did a great job in his first match, but he's just showing sign of distress now.
24.
And that'll be meat and drink, because let's be honest with you, Richard will know that his pace will... He'll know that it'll hurt some players. We used to have a guy locally called Mick Costello, and he just waited for you to build up to a crescendo where you absolutely... I lost the plot against him one night. I acted really childishly and started just throwing me darts at the board. Doing absolutely nothing wrong. Not breaching any rules. And then I realised, you know, I had a mental battle there and I failed it. And right now, Duffer is probably not as necessarily on the board because he's the better player. You know,
Richard, you require
CV's second to none compared to Richard's. But right now, it'll be interesting to see what the bookies are making a 2-2 when we're Richard's darts here.
$60. Neil, you require 156.
Well, interestingly, they still have Stride at 7-4, although I imagine if this 86 goes, things
Richard,
will change rather dramatically in those states. Or those stakes, should I say. 86, so it's all about the 18s, the first two darts. Two of them would leave the bull.
Criminal.
82 left, so it'll be either treble 14 or bull. Treble 14 leaves himself one dart at the top of the board, the top of the shot.
Game shot on the fifth.
And that's a top shot from Stride to break the throw of Duff, to go 3-2 in front, and to claim victory against the reigning WDF World Champion.
It's one giant stride for mankind right now, as Richard Stride will feel like he's walking on the moon here.
And Duff is walking on eggshells at the minute.
96.
Fascinating to watch. The game is sometimes a battle of your mind compared to, you know, complemented with darts that you throw at the board.
55.
And right now, Stride is winning both for me. As Henry alluded to, I walked into the comms box tonight. My notes simply said Jenkins and Duff to qualify, out the debutants. Which one shall I choose to go through to Saturday night? How wrong could I be right now? Because it's Linwood who's flying at the top. And if Richard wins this one, it makes it really interesting. As we're in the 20th minute of this game. That will suit Richard.
85.
Loves this Super League. Absolutely loves this county. So a big shout out to Debbie's boys team in Super League. Hopefully you're watching, guys.
100.
Give us a shout. Give us a message on maybe some funny stories. Anything.
180.
And his maximum hitting tonight has really been on point. And that one puts him 81 points away from defeating
30.
Duff
Richard, you
to
require
inflict defeat
81.
on the reigning WDF World Champion. 81 for Stride to win the game, to win the battle against the Northern Irishman. Double 12. Sixers.
69.
Maybe just got a little excited there. Sometimes the adrenaline is rushing through your body. A couple of reasons: beating the Lakeside champion, just getting your first couple of points. And for me, their darts
56.
are pure frustration.
Richard, you require 12.
As Richard goes to the board for double 6. Same process. And you can see the frustration of Neil Duff in the background. There's his marker. Part of me thinks, don't think too much, Richard. And what a dart
Game,
that is.
shot, and the match.
Seismic.
Richard Stride.
Neil Duff not impressed with that. But Richard Stride done everything and maximised his strengths. He played absolutely fantastic at times there, did Richard Stride. 81.9 for average. Just under 27 average, just over. 4 from 12 on the outer ring. Big shocks here tonight. It's not just the Duff and Jenkins show. The debutants are here, and they want to be there Saturday night. And it's top of the table. Paul Linwood up next against the informed Kevin Edwards. Looking forward to that one.
Good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're halfway through this evening's action, and I think it's fair to say, Dezza, we've already seen a fair few shocks and surprises. Which one stands out to you so far?
Well, obviously Terry Jenkins, first of all, I thought would come out the traps. For me, I thought it was about Terry Jenkins and Neil Duff. You know, they've had the practice this week, but the three debutants have been absolutely fantastic. You know, the two guys coming up next, Paul Linwood has been the star of the show so far, and Kevin Edwards, a silky smooth throw that's just got better and better. You know, the next game is going to be a barnstormer.
It is indeed. Let's bring up the league table then. It's our first look at the Group B table this evening, and it is, as you said, Paul Linwood out in front. He's won both of his games so far. Really impressive indeed, even though he played a very below par Terry Jenkins in his opener. But Richard Stride off the mark as well. He just got a superb victory over Neil Duff. In a match like that for Neil Duff, there is so little that you can do when you're playing against a player who's going to play at that pace. What would you have done differently if you were Neil Duff?
It's about the reset. So I was going to sort of say I disagree there, Abby, with you, because it's a new challenge. You know, you win a Lakeside and then you play, you know, this week's all about being quick players. So this guy's a little bit more deliberate. Deal with it. You know, and I think that, you know, the mindset and mind over matter sort of beat Neil Duff, and not necessarily the darts, and he can still learn lessons even at 50-year-old and a Lakeside champion. Richard Stride done absolutely, he's just deliberate. I enjoyed that match.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is always intriguing to see how different players deal with that. I know you mentioned Gedwin Price in commentary because he doesn't always deal with it as maybe he should. But Terry Jenkins, what do you think he should be dealing with right now? What do you think has changed from Group A to tonight?
I'm in shock, honestly, because I'm here to try and give some advice of the way the professionals are feeling at times. And you know, Terry Jenkins is an absolute legend of this game. Did I expect him to play two tonight and lose two? Absolutely not. I am scratching my head downstairs because I expected him to be not good, but great tonight. How wrong I've been so far.
I think we've all been pretty shocking on the prediction front so far this evening. But match number 6, let's get it underway. This man's going to sprint down to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. Intriguing chat between yourself and Glenn there. So, game 6 is Paul Linwood, the man who's really been the pace setter in Group B. He takes on Kevin Edwards. This is a battle of the debutantes here at the Super Series. Linwood, who really has impressed in his opening 2 games so far. A pair of 84 averages to get the better of Jenkins and Stride for the loss of just 1 leg in 8. He takes on Edwards, who this evening in his 2 encounters lost 4-2 to the WDF World Champion Neil Duff.
Throw first. Game on.
Before then getting the better of Terry Jenkins by 4 legs to 2. So Linwood gets us underway, and
41.
I'll tell you what, Glenn, that was a bit of a sprint down to the commentary box. Please don't clip that up out of context.
97.
Yeah, them stairs, I am sure they're getting longer. A couple of family members here this week. Certainly one with Paul Linwood, and
43.
She looked very proud there as I was walking down. Looking forward to this game. 2 debutants. Positives rather than negatives so far for the day. Kevin started off slightly slow against the fantastic Neil Duff in them opening 3 or 4 legs. But Paul Linwood just been success after success. And if he can get
60.
3 out of 3, surely that's 1 foot into Saturday night, Henry. You're the stat man.
In Group B, the scenario is quite simple. If you get 10 points, you're through. However,
78.
Obtaining the 10 points is a pretty difficult task because you've got to win 5 matches and you've got to, most probably in that scenario, beat
95.
every single player in the field. However, Paul Linwood's not had much troubles in beating players in this field so far. 2 from 2. The only player on to 4 points.
100.
But
I'm not going to write off Kevin Edwards in this scenario here. I just like everything about him, whereas, you know, Paul, it's Be interesting to see how he reacts to a little bit of adversity.
Kevin, you require 106.
Absolutely loving this shirt. And I've had a lovely tweet, Henry.
Game shot on the first
finish.
leg.
Kevin Edwards, you are impressing me with every minute that passes. Silky smooth.
Second
the guy
leg,
who's
Kevin
played with Wayne Mardle, Colin
Game
Lloyd,
on.
Kevin Painter, the first man to ever have a 9-darter. And then there's that story of where his wife had to give him CPR after 6 cardiac arrests.
41.
He was in a coma after that. That sort of becomes really irrelevant. It's all about his health now. And then you get this opportunity from the MODUS Super Series, and he's absolutely lapping it up.
43.
With that wonderful shirt of Paul Linwood. It's the Arrows UK shirt from the weekend in Wales in November the 22nd. And a beautiful photo there.
60.
Absolutely fantastic from Griffin Peterson. Thank you very much for that.
Who has helped us out with a lot of statistics as well with Paul.
180.
Maximum for Linwood.
Speaking of Wales, I met a lovely couple in Barry Island when I was there for the World Darts Trophy.
92.
That was a story and a half, that one. I played in front of a crowd of 9 people. And a bit like one of my exhibitions before you crack that one, Henry.
60.
You saw.
Against Wesley Harms, and the most bizarre noise was happening in the crowd because it was so small, and I threw away a 4-0 lead against Wesley Harms and lost 6-4.
Again, I'm going to have to specify,
45.
what was that weird noise in the crowd?
I'm not going to answer.
Oh, no.
I'm not going to answer because I'd get myself in trouble.
Oh, no.
Let's just say I acted very childishly.
98. $140. Paul, you require
lovely darts
120.
And how many times have we seen this 120 this week, Henry? Perfect start for Linwood. Solid second dart for Linwood.
100. Kevin, you require 123.
Start on the 19s here. That leaves 66. Sensible. Sensible.
98. Paul, you require 20.
But not quite the ball. And so, Linwood returns to this double 10 to level up at one apiece, and level up he does.
Paul Linwood.
Enjoying this game, Henry.
Proper darting dust up this one.
Third leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Just imagine Paul Linwood lifting that $5 grand up this week and getting himself to Champions Week. That's what the MODUS Super Series is all about. Pathways, journeys, opportunities.
60.
Young, old, seniors. You're all entitled to your shot. Get yourself down to your local ADC competitions. There's so much going on. Fabulous
85.
work going on with the ADC in partnership. The World Seniors partnership with the MODUS Super Series. You will get your opportunities. This week's been all about the seniors.
60.
Opportunities that maybe once they thought was all gone.
Now, I don't know whether you're much of a Maria Maldor fan, but here at midnight, we've got an oasis of excellence
83.
for you.
Midnight at the Oasis.
81.
Impressive my knowledge there.
Very much so. You've also spent a whole week with me, and you've only got to Thursday night before crumbling.
Yes, it's these double
100.
sessions. I've got the ultimate professional by my side here. How many weeks is it on a row? I understand you may be presenting, are you, in the next couple of weeks?
Saturday night.
Wonderful.
You and Cohen in comms.
180.
And Linwood with another max. And we carry on like this. We're going to see Paul Linwood here on Saturday night.
How are we going to see Paul Linwood lift the actual title? This is impressive stuff. We wax lyrical
55.
about Group A this week.
120.
We even felt that 4 of the 6 from Group A will be here Saturday night. But right now, it's all about the debutants. He's had a shot at tops for a 120 in the previous leg.
80.
And this time just goes above, but no panic, because Edwards can't finish on 178. But what he can do, Henry, is set it up nicely with a 138.
Applying the pressure.
121.
But how often do we see that? The two trebles go in the bed, but the big number is the one that goes a-begging. And so Linwood, now double 10. Just maybe has to move across. That's exactly what he does. One left in hand, and that's as close as you can get without it hitting the bed.
Does it mean anything to anyone, these players? They're not really bothered. Look at that reaction at the missed double. Big dart.
Game shot on the third leg.
For the challenge is Kevin Edwards. Quietly but effectively getting on with his job. Interviewed by Henry early doors. Don't hold much hope about the next couple of nights. Just going to enjoy myself and see what happens. Well, Kevin Edwards, you are right in the mix. And a big win here will make you a big favourite. But that's not the start he wanted in this leg. But there's the saviour.
Great recovery there with the last start. And for the first time, we're really going to ask questions to Paul Linwood. The first time he's been behind in a match.
Thank you to Max Resharp. Looking at Linwood's throw, Glenn, who has the most unusual throw on the circuit? Great question.
97.
I'll answer that in a second if I can. Lee Beaton, a message from him. I hope you're still listening, Lee. When you talk about beautiful throws, Lee Beaton as one of the nicest throws I've ever come across him from Cambridge. I'd love to see him here at the MODUS Super Series. I'm probably breaching confidentiality, but yes, he has been one of my students.
81.
Honestly, silky smooth. Looking forward to working with him again this year, and just with a bit more belief, he could be doing exactly what these guys are doing up here right now.
And these two are just showing 55. That if you give these players opportunities, they can take it and they can play some good some good darts and mix it with the best.
Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. And it's great 45. To see, isn't it? You know, the crowd on Saturday night want to see the Terry Jenkins, the Neil Duffs, the O'Sheas, the Fittons. Isn't it also the MODUS Super Series about people like Paul Linwood? Should go treble 18 here.
138.
That tells me he's thinking very well at the moment. For Edwards, 68's not a gimme. So a couple of trebles here. Advantage to Linwood in this one. And it'll be a break of throw.
41. Paul, you requires 68.
So double 16 for Linwood 36. To level up.
Kevin, you require should come back,
but Edwards is more than capable of making this 167. But not this time. And so Linwood, double 16, 416.
43.
To level this game back up 32. And to obtain the break back.
$16.
A little scruffy.
Kevin, you require 124.
Is he going to be penalised? It's great when you burgle. We've seen a leg burgled this afternoon. This will be up there. This bullseye is massive.
99. Paul, you require 16.
No mistakes this time, Linwood. Oof.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Once again, how many times this week have we said double 4? Will come and some of the reactions from him there, because that dart, that first dart there, that could have easily got at the double 16 and bust the score. But sometimes when it's your night, them sort of things just sort of turn the tail a little bit.
60.
Is the start that we're seeing to the night, at the halfway point of the night, let us have all questions and perhaps we have answers?
I think it's still all to play for tomorrow. Honestly, I've just seen, sometimes you walk through the Players' Lounge and Terry Jenkins said there's just nothing there tonight, Glenn. I said, Terry, just win your next 2 games and it's not the end of the world. 10 points will get you through. Never didn't expect to see a 9 times major finalist sort of talking like this. That'll be really intriguing to see. But look at who he's got next match. Terry Jenkins, Neil Duff.
97.
It's a heavyweight battle on paper, but it's a battle between Duff, who's 1 win and 1 defeat, and Jenkins, who, as Glenn rightly mentioned, is just trying to get something going here.
45.
I thought that was going to be the top of the table clash. It's far from it.
Thought it was going to be our midnight tungsten snack.
58.
Get the cookies and the milk and the cup of Horlicks and just enjoy. You're a cup of Horlicks man, aren't you, Glenn?
No, wife is. I'm not.
85. Paul, you require 146.
I like my meat, and I'm at... Sorry. I think it's Christmas all over again.
They said the better.
That leaves 66. Just take this. I like that. Reset. Experience. Stare out that treble 10.
122. Kevin, you
Lovely
require
setup.
131. $91. Paul, you require 24.
This is where you find out what you're made of. Don't like his reactions here, Paul. He's a character. Proper Welsh accent. Double 3.
18.
And there's the frustration there for
Kevin,
him.
you require 40.
Music. If you're wondering who he's doing that to. Looks like his partner's here.
20.
When he threw his hands in the air,
Paul, you
I
require
think he
6.
thought that was over and done with. Kevin Edwards, you've had your chance there as he slaps his hands together. It's double 3 for Linwood. 2-2-2. That's not a great match. He doesn't move.
Game shot on the
What a
fifth
dart
leg.
that is. He
Paul
didn't move
Linwood.
across the yoke. He could barely see it. He just used that first dart and just continued going through. Then that's a good feeling. I can't even
Sixth
begin
leg,
to
it's
tell you
Kevin
what
to
that
throw
feels
first.
like. A
Game
leg
on.
you think you've lost, then you think you've won, then you get another opportunity, then you ping it last start. Sometimes that can feel so good, but Kevin Edwards been there, done it, got the T-shirt. Thank you very much. Straight back in, and he knows he needs to win the next
85.
2 legs because we'll put him in a great position.
And Linwood, it has to be said, has been getting away with opportunities. 3 out of 18 on the doubles in this
100.
game.
You have to be adaptable as a dart player. I mean,
60.
these guys are pretty much working on the Super League circuit right now, local competitions. Possibly been a while where they've played stage, unless they're still playing county. I couldn't see that Paul or Kevin was
100.
representing their counties recently. I could be wrong there, but it's just that transition from local league, Super League to here. It's just that adaptability.
125.
Edwards, who plays for Brightlingsea Super League in Essex, near,
96.
well, one of our referees' hometowns of Colchester.
Spoke very highly about Evolution Darts, his local competitions.
131.
I'll try and find out who runs them. I'm sure his first name was Darren, he said.
137. Kevin, you require 100.
Apparently, he could go 2 tops here. Just the way that dart was sat, Henry.
41.
Ooh, and that nearly
Paul,
bust
you
the score
require
there.
68.
And this is for the match.
This is for a 3rd consecutive victory here for Paul Linwood. Double 16 for the match.
52. Kevin, you require 59.
And for Edwards, it's this and that. There's this.
Game
There's
shot on the
that.
6th leg. Kevin
I
Edwards.
had a feeling that this game could go all the way. Great sportsmanship between the two guys. All to play for. It's
So
a
then final leg,
one-leg
it's Paul to throw
shootout.
first. Game on.
And speaking of shootouts, the shootout in the snooker's coming up soon. For some bizarre reason, that's my favourite competition of the year. Do you ever watch that?
I have seen it. It's fast, it's furious, it's exciting. I do wonder with the snooker why they don't put the Six Reds World Championship in that sort of format where it's exciting, it's boisterous, it's loud, it's proud.
140.
Great start from both here. Just when Linwood was taking the ascendancy there with that 140 opener. That doesn't sit nicely. And he goes down for the 19th. Maybe should have gone down with the second dart there, but he'd be delighted with 140.97 start. Edwards is on the back foot. What a dart that is. Silky, smooth
100.
throw. Another lovely ton. Absolutely love that throw of Kevin's. Absolutely nothing to separate these two. Pick your winner, Henry.
Well, they usually say, don't they, tons are like gold dust in the deciding leg. Well, the way these two kicked off, one dart out of trouble isn't usually enough. And Paul Linford's just had a look there. He knows what he's done. He should have gone to the 17s there to have left himself on the fish. And because he's gone 19 there, he's left himself on 168. And so what it's done for Kevin Edwards is it's given him the opportunity at the 170. But he may have to take it out because Linwood's here. Finds a 140 to leave himself on double 14 after 12. Well, this would be the most miraculous way to win a match. Can he find another one of them? Oh, he couldn't quite find the fish for the match.
I thought Henry was going to call that 170 in. Just what 84. This game probably deserved.
Paul, you require
3-3, nothing to separate them. Played 2-1-2 for Linwood. What a start this could be for the Welshmen, and what a finish. I really enjoyed that seesaw game. Look at the reaction there from Paul Linwood. Even in his 50s right now, it still means that much to him. For Kevin Edwards, still all to play for. I've seen enough from him right now that he can qualify from this group. Really enjoyable match. What a game up next. It's not the top of the table clash we expected, but it's a win that is necessary for Terry Jenkins. It'll be the 4th time they've played this week. Next up, Terry Jenkins, Neil Duff.
Next up then, an incredibly intriguing encounter between Neil Duff and Terry Jenkins. Their head-to-head for the week is 2-1 in Duff's favour. I think it's fair to say we've all been perplexed by the way the Bull has played this evening, registering just 2 legs across the 2 games he's played. Different elements of his game letting him down at different times. The Bull has been bullied. As for the Duff man, he was frustrated by stride the last time out. He'll be looking for an immediate response in this one. Let's tuck into it then. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Yes, this is the battle we've seen throughout the week in Group A between Jenkins and Duff, the players who finished 2nd and 3rd respectively. Neil Duff finished 2nd in the group in the end, although it was Jenkins the one who made the chase for Johnny Haynes, who eventually went on to win that particular group. Well, looking at their battles throughout the week, Neil Duff beat Jenkins on Monday on the first day of action by 4 legs to 1, and then the follow-up encounter on Tuesday saw Duff win by 4 legs to 1, and then Wednesday's battle between the pair saw Jenkins run out a 4-3 victor. So what are we going to get in the 4th meeting between the two? As we can see, the meetings between the pair throughout the week have been close and competitive, or at least in terms of the head-to-head record it is anyway.
Terry to throw first. Game on.
I've just been looking at every single stat between these two. It's been a fantastic matchup with these guys. It has been sort of advantage Duff so far with the 2-4-1 victories. Terry did come back in his last game with a 4-3 win. Terry's first game on day 1, the deciding factor in that match was he was 1 from 9 on the outer ring. The second day, Duff was a deserved winner, averaging just
100.
shy of 92. And in the 3rd match, Terry really kicked in 3 maximums and 90 average. It's been, at times, a real nail-biter between these two. Jenkins is still opened up once again here.
28.
You know, perplexed, I think was the word you used, or was the word Abby used. It's a real strange one. For Neil Duff, he just showed signs of
140.
weakness against Richard Stride. He's not going to get that same challenge because Terry's pretty rapid with his 3 darts. But I think he'd be disappointed to lose against Richard. I mean, the good news for Terry Jenkins is they're all beating each other right now, and Linwood's running away with it. 2 points here, and Terry Jenkins will be like, what's the problem? Win my last game, and we're right back in this. We're picking a winner, Henry. Over to you on that one, sir.
43.
Well, on the basis of what we've seen tonight, you would sense that it would be Neil Duff on the performance levels we have seen from the 2 combatants this evening. That 140 leaves Duff on 76. Apologies for the loss of the scoreboard there. We are working to
41.
Get that back.
Neil, you require 76.
But Duff is on 76 here to win this opening leg. 56 left, which means 16 for double top, which means leg 1 for Neil Duff.
Yes, there's only been 1 leg, but 50 points difference in the average.
Second leg, it's Neil
what
to throw
has
first.
happened to Terry Jenkins tonight?
Well, it's been a concoction of calamity, an epic night of disproportions for the Bull.
An implosion that I did not expect from the elegant performances of Terry Jenkins this week.
42.
Just look at that last dart.
Whilst we have just waiting for the scoreboard to come back on, we will give you the scores visit by visit. So Duff here 361, so that leaves him on 301. Jenkins is back on 459.
He's fighting with himself there.
25.
I don't think I've ever seen a performance like this from Terry Jenkins. You can just see he's fighting with himself. But Neil Duff, it's just all about focus right now. He's on 2-4-1. And Terry Jenkins on 4-3-4. And already needs this max just to get into this leg.
140.
294 plays 2-4-1. Duff on 2-4-1 with the darts, and he's making a huge inroad here. Massive inroad, maximum inroad, averaging 104.5, leaving 61 now to win this second leg. And anything you can do, I can do just as well, says Terry Jenkins.
As Charlie said, 61, and that leaves 1 dart at tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
This is so much more improved. We've seen this from Neil Duff. Now it's about sustaining it. We've seen him run away 3-0 in game one. We've seen him take the lead against Richard Stride.
Game on.
Now it's just about that longevity in the game. Staying focused and concentrated, because you can see that Terry Jenkins is nowhere near.
100.
We are talking D- his performance tonight. He has no idea why. He sets off with a ton. And for Neil Duff, a treble
35
would be required, but not the treble fives he hits. We'll continue to talk through the scores and keep it updated as much as this one. But at last,
125.
Terry Jenkins is finding his scoring boots as he goes to 276. And Neil Duff back on 466.
But not for much longer.
140.
That 140 leads him on 326. So Jenkins now looking for a couple of trebles to set him up on a finish. It's not going to happen this time.
55.
That 55 leaves him on 221, with Duff throwing now back on 326.
This is 96. Good stuff from Duff. Will it be enough?
41.
A slack last start. 50 behind is Duff on 230 here. And there's two trebles once again. Lakeside champion. Where have you been? He's saving his best once again for the bully.
He's running right. He's averaging just under 104.
140. Neil, you require
50 for Duff. 10 for Tops. This was the combination checkout that won him the Lakeside title.
10. Terry, you require 40.
And so Jenkins himself is on Tops. To bring a leg back, that's a slip into the one. And so 39 remains. Now 32.
8. Neil, you require 40.
And so Duff back for Tops now.
Game shot on the third
That's a 3-0 lead for Neil Duff. Yes, he's playing 98 average for Duff. Terry in the low 70s.
Fourth leg,
his woes continue.
First. Game on.
It's an absolute nightmare of a night for Terry Jenkins. For Neil Duff, this is unbelievable. His third max of this match. Averaging over 103. Terry Jenkins is back in the treble 20 bed.
140.
He's not giving up. Duff has found his scoring boost just when he needs to. This was the game we've been waiting for all night, but for Jenkins, he's going to be left on no points after 3 games.
85.
Duff here pulling on the afterburners, pulling away, running away, moving towards the finishing line. Running towards the finishing line.
Neil Duff, average 107.07.
140. Neil, you require 41.
Pop, pop. There's one. He wired Tops in the last game.
21.
And that would have been the ultimate performance from Neil Duff. Impressive stuff.
The 136 would have been the ultimate Hail Mary, but not to be on this occasion. 88. And so Duff returns for double 10 to seal a 4-0 success with a stupendous performance. A scintillating win, but he has to move all the way across the hockey to try and pin this double 10. And it's come clattering off the barrel of that second dart. And so Jenkins now wants double 16 to pull a leg back.
Game shot on the
pull a leg back he does.
Terry Jenkins.
And the reaction there from Neil Duff is exactly the reaction he had against Kevin Edwards in the first game. He had darts, he should be off the stage at 4-0. Kevin Edwards couldn't pull it all the way back, but he did give Neil Duff a scare. But Terry Jenkins, he's just laughing, thinking, what has happened to my game?
55.
I'm feeling absolutely nothing, was the words he said to me. Worrying signs. The woolly bully.
100.
You mentioned a little bit tongue-in-cheek maybe earlier on, but it really is a definition of darts is on the day, because yesterday Taylor was playing some excellent stuff. That's an excellent visit from the ball. It's his second maximum of the match, and he's propelling his average up now to just under 83.
45.
After the first leg, he was averaging in the 40s. Have you ever seen that? Now he's just creeping up to mid-80s. Whereas the Duff man was close to 110 average. He's just gone down to mid-90s. If it was a hare and the tortoise right now.
125.
And I just think, Henry, that the catalyst for Terry Jenkins this time was how well Neil Duff was playing. And that competitive streak that comes from somewhere is shining brightly right now for Terry Jenkins. And 85. What a comeback this would be if he can get anything from this game.
Tops. Double 10.
65. Neil, you require 146.
Well, this would be some way to win the match. And so Jenkins to bring it back
60.
to 3-2, wants this 20. Double 10. You can closer, but not
10.
Close enough.
Neil, you require 86.
Incredible. Is he going to beat the bull on the bull? He doesn't like that lie. He has to be careful. So he's played for the treble, double 7.
72.
Chance.
Terry required 10.
Chance has gone. And Terry on 11%.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
On the double
Terry
out the ring.
Jenkins.
He needs to improve that. He needs to improve that quickly. Neil Duff had 11 darts at a double in this
Neil
game.
To throw first.
Terry
Game
2.
on.
Big leg coming up. Fantastic first start. Reminiscent of the game with Edwards. 3-0 up. Very close to winning the match 4-0. Edwards pulls it back to 3-2. Neil Duff saw it out. And right now, that's looking odds on.
95.
Have you ever seen the film Cars?
No.
Now, do you remember the Piston Cup? Well, in that film, that's what they played
44.
for. And Lightning McQueen in this, I don't know why I'm going down this rabbit hole, but Lightning McQueen was streets in front, pardon the pun, in that particular film and in this particular race. But one of the wheels came off, and because of it, the huge lead he had
140.
Well, just trickling away at him to the point where they get caught on the line. Now, is this the thing that's going to happen for Duff? Well, it looks like the exact opposite here.
44.
And right now, if Duff hits a 137 here.
85.
Henry, you do make me laugh. 2-2. 2-2-2. I'd use the bullseye in the last start here.
83.
And that's the reason why, because they
Neil, you
weren't sitting
require
nicely.
92.
92, that means he can go for treble 20, 72. I don't think you'll mess about with 2 double-doubles. He's gone this way before for double 18.
Game, shot,
what a scintillating finish. Very, very reminiscent of his first game of the night. We continue to scratch our heads over the performances from Terry Jenkins tonight, but a very professional job done by Neil Duff. Competent throughout, just shy of 95 average, 33%. Excellent job, Neil Duff. Terry Jenkins, work to do. Join us after the break.
3 more matches remaining this evening. Next up, Kevin Edwards against Richard Stride. Stride, of course, getting the better of Neil Duff last time out, an 82 average, and a huge confidence boost for the man who's been a little Jekyll and Hyde in the scoring department tonight, but in spells has looked like he could pose a threat this week. How will Edwards handle his more methodical approach? Let's find out and hand back over to our commentary team.
1 or 2 points, 2 or 4 points, but even more with Richard. Big win in the last game against the Lakeside champion. I actually quite like what I'm seeing. I mean, he just does his thing his own way. Quite bizarrely, when he wants to finish like 81, he'd be looking at the top of the body. He's an absolute spotter's nightmare. But he just does hit his way. And I'm worried about him. You know, as a commentator, you do all your stats. I've done some number crunching this afternoon. I thought it could be a long, difficult night for Richard Stride, but with 3 games to go tonight, he's playing in 2 of them. And if he gets 2 wins, you know, he's looking at top position and being right up there with Paul Linwood. So all to play for Richard Stride. Kevin Edwards, impressed. Silky, love the throw. He just needs to correct. He's got the CV. Some lovely messages. I'm just looking on my Facebook account now. Love to hear from Stevie Shadwell.
140.
Nice photo of the Lakeside Trophy. I mean, Debbie's boys, legendary captain Stevie Shadwell. And a nice one from Alan Curavan. Kevin Edwards qualified for the UK Open on 3 occasions through the amateur qualifiers. He also played on Setanta Sports, where he reached the last 8 of the BDO Gold Cup singles. He also reached the last 8 of the England national singles. So he's got the pedigree, Henry. It's Kevin Edwards. He might be sort of new to
21.
Me and you, but obviously he's got a, you know, down in the Essex area, is a real legend of the darts.
Going to be playing in the qualifiers for the UK Open over in Norwich in the next few weeks. Over in East Anglia. Beautiful part of the world, East Anglia.
So what happened at the end of the film, The Cars?
Oh, right, we still going then? Okay.
No, I was joking,
I'll tell you in the next leg.
You make me laugh. Slow and steady is the name of the day for Richard Stride.
100.
Lovely last dad. Like I said, we said he didn't hit many tons, and the next match he hits 7. Been lots of 180s tonight. Teddy, who'll be just sat there thinking, what on earth has happened
55.
with 3? Paul Linwood, top of the table with 4. And Richard had the most with 5 until the Duff man there came up with his selection. And he's had 6 maxes tonight. So scoring has been very, very good with these players tonight.
81.
And that's the frustrating dart for Richard. He does have the tendency to go into the 5 and the 1. And that's an area he needs to qualify. I don't think he's going to disturb Kevin Edwards. Definitely had an effect
100.
when he played Neil Duff.
Richard, you require 123.
Let's see behind how frustrated Duff man was looking at times. I think with Kevin, he just gets on with it. 1, 2, 3 is treble 19. And did you see the way he was sort of looking up the dartboard there? Treble 18. We all have these strange, you know, idiosyncrasies, and that's strange and a new one for me, for Richard.
55. Kevin, you require 85.
Are we going to see the bull, Henry?
A single would mean exactly that. But that
46.
hits the 11, and so Stride is back to 68 for a break of throw in the opening leg.
And will it be hop, skip and jump for Stride? Big target, 8 or a 16. To leave tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
What a dart there is. Stride. Say what you want about him. He's in control. He will continue to dictate the pace of every game he plays.
To throw first.
And it's up to Kevin Edwards to deal with that. It's up to Terry Jenkins to deal with that in the final game. Slow and steady seems to be winning the race.
Which is actually kind of like the plot to Cars.
Stop it.
85.
Well, sort of.
I'm not a film man, actually.
Aren't you?
No.
So we're not going to get some popcorn.
No, you'd probably need someone like a
41.
Paul Nicholson and... Who was the big film? Oh, is it John Part? Apparently John Part is any film he can tell you. But not me. I don't think I've got the concentration levels for 3 hours to watch a film.
So we're not going to get some popcorn, get a duvet and...
100.
Unless you're paying, Henry. I'm in the coldest room I've ever known in the house this week.
It's a bit nippy, isn't it, this week? If you are in the country watching us, make sure you do
40.
stay safe. Of course, weather warnings about. Bit of snow up north. Big coat territory, though, for you up north, isn't it?
Yeah, my wife sent a photo of the back garden today. I know Carl Coleman's listening. I hope we've done the windows today. She was
85.
expecting you, Carlos. If I need to do a backs transfer, give me a shout, my friend. But good luck at the challenge too tomorrow. Proud of everything that you're doing. Just go and enjoy yourself. Get some big wins because I want to see you at the MODUS Super Series this year. That's one of my ambitions. I'd love to commentate on Jamie or Carl's games. But right now, I think we'll be seeing Richard Stride back again because he's doing himself all the favours in the world.
$140.
Super stuff, Richard. Super darts. And what a story that would be. I mean, let's just have a little look and think about Saturday night. You know, we all expected, you know, the big names
40.
of Jenkins,
Richard,
Duff,
91.
Johnny Haynes. Now watch this bizarre thing. You look up. And then that is strange. That is a new one for me. He must just sort, it's a bit like firing a gun. He just needs to get his target.
51.
Yeah, that's a new one for me. He's got a stance that I think I've never seen before, and an aim. And you know, Whitlock used to do something very similar in his very early. He used to come across his face, but yeah, he's a.
100.
It works for him.
Richard, you require 40.
He's averaging 90 here. And if this tops goes in. Good marker.
Game shot on the second leg.
Like the look of them
Richard
darts.
Stride.
Are you a connoisseur in darts? Anything you can tell me about them? They look nice.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
We'll
Game
be
on.
able to have another little look at them at the next visit.
I know it's getting very late, but I'm getting lots of messages. Keep them coming, guys. Especially people who are good friends of these two players.
100.
Let's have a look at these darts then.
I thought I had another message. Yeah, it was just someone who was telling me how wonderful I am. So thank you, David Phillips. I think it was for Henry, really. I'm just his sidekick.
140.
Just a big shout out for Carl Hamilton as well. Imagine Mick Costello versus Stevie Scaife-Glenn. Never the draw you wanted. Enjoying the MODUS Super Series.
140.
2 from 3 on the outer ring for Richard Stride is the big difference here. And there's that. There's that aim. Yes, it's deliberate. Very, very successful.
100.
Dare I say I wrote him off before I saw him throw a dart today, Henry. A lesson learned, Mr. Durrant.
It's punditry, Lark, isn't as easy as what
60.
some make it out to be.
Oh, I'm rubbish.
Don't worry, you're not as bad as me, Glenn.
And that beautiful photo when we talked about Paul Linwood earlier. I've picked up Sean Palfrey. Paul Linwood, Richie Burnett. He has sort of mannerisms of Richie Burnett, don't you think, Paul Linwood? Ronnie Sharput.
60.
Wonderful photo. You keep your hands away from your head downstairs, Glenn, while you're on TV.
105.
I'll be honest, I haven't got a clue about that one, Glenn. You're obviously entering that weird hour of the night.
I'm enjoying the tweets from Tom Ryden.
41.
Doing a
Kevin,
great job in concluding on what's happening this week. Very eloquently put. Talking about the frustrations. And just a set-up play right now.
56.
We did see the 160
Richard,
finish in Group A this week. Will we see it in Group B? Over to you, Richard Stride. First time it was just a little bit snappy.
83.
And I guess when
Kevin,
you are more
40.
deliberate, you do have that opportunity for thoughts to go through your head. Chance for Edwards, he has to take it. Why is he shaking his head there? It's more the lie.
Game
He
shot
moved
the
across the
third
hockey.
leg. Kevin Edwards.
And that will feel nice because Stride was just behind there on 77 and the way he's been finishing. He would have had
Fourth
a
leg,
dart,
it's Richards to throw
arguably your
first.
tops.
Game on.
And as you mentioned, Richard, that was just the first little spray. Everything has been, even if it's not found its intended target, has not been too far away. But that first dart is plumb and perfect.
95.
95 will do for a start.
I mean, his averages suggested he was going to be, you know, around the mid-70s mark, you know, looking at Super League and county averages. But, you know, his averages very nicely. He's averaging just shy of 90 again in this one. Over 80 in his last. He'd be really impressed the way he's played. And I liked his interview with you at the first part of the day. He said he's here to qualify. Never mind all this rubbish. I'm just here to enjoy myself.
41.
I want to qualify. Now, it was the first thing I noted.
Saw that earlier as well, didn't we? From, excuse me, Mark Lawrence. Not here to make numbers up. And the way he played, it was just, well, I'm here on my own merit, so I'm going to prove my worth. And that is exactly the way you should go about this format, because you've warranted the opportunity, because you were given an invitation. And you've been given the invitation because somewhere along the line you've done something good. And so the mentality, the mantra of I'm just going to take it game by game, some probably say it to downplay their chances. I get that. But if that's your actual mentality going into it, then you're putting yourself on the back foot right from the get-go, because
100.
Why are you entering a tournament and make the numbers up when you're invited to this? I just don't get it.
Sometimes you just want to... I'm sick of, you know, I think I'm getting a bit fed up. How are you going to do it the seniors? And I'm just playing it all down because, you know, if the expectations of some people are just to go and try and get back, and maybe they haven't played that competitive much lately.
140.
And maybe sometimes they just play it down because if I was in Kevin Edwards' shoe, if he had a bit more belief, he could win this game and kick on.
Look what this has done for the likes of Adam Warner. The perfect example.
Did you believe he would get a tour card this year? I thought it was a year too early, personally. And everything Adam Warner's done has just impressed me, impressed me, impressed me.
And an impressive young man as well. Really nice lad. And
what was his nickname? Something about the chinos,
58.
wasn't it? Creamy,
Kevin,
the creamy dream.
78.
Yeah, cream chinos. The nickname was the creamy dream.
I want to unhear that straight away. Tops.
38. Richard, you require 106.
106 stride for 3-1.
just a little bit too long. Because the situation right now is he's thinking. Yes, he's deliberate, but maybe just a little bit too long this time.
36. Kevin, you require 40.
Well, that's my assessment. I'm sticking with it. It's tops for Edwards.
Game shot on the fourth
Good darts. He doesn't
Kevin
look,
Edwards.
like I said, with Neil Duff, you could just begin to see that the pace was really affecting him. Kevin showed nothing. He's absolutely...
It's Kevin to throw first.
And he's pulled
Game
it back
on.
to 2-2. And in a best of 3 right now. I'd want to be in the shoes of Kevin Edwards.
He'll have the throw in 2 of those legs.
If I was Kevin Stride, I would just speed up a touch.
140.
I'm just beginning to think he's thinking now, Henry, and there is a subtle difference. I'm talking about 0.5 of a second. He's just standing there for me. That's a lot more. That's a little bit more elongated compared to earlier. That second out was better because you need rhythm.
100.
You need rhythm.
Is this the difference between the arm releasing the dart and the brain releasing the dart?
That's why you're the best commentator out there. It's absolutely
40.
We're still looking for that best commentator out there.
The perfect dart from now is just replication. That's a better pace. Much better.
140.
Love that camera angle. Seen some good angles this week. It's the side views of the players, the camera over the shoulders of the players. Here at the Super Series, the production team, we're giving you as much as we
85.
can to get a real feeling of what it'd like to be on that stage.
More angles than Alan McManus.
Who won the snooker tonight?
Do you know what? I haven't had a look. I only really found out about the football score just before I came on air, and that was because of a WhatsApp group that went potty.
I turned it off at 2-0. Did Kane score
41.
or Haaland?
Not got a clue. All I know was Pep wasn't happy.
60.
My beloved Middlesbrough flying right now. We'll be in the Premier League next year. Champions League the year after. And world domination the year after that.
Meanwhile, Portsmouth are appointing an Oxford United centre-back as their manager.
85.
Yes, I've seen that.
Incredible.
I might be doing a 2-week stint here at the MODUS Super Series this year, so Henry's going to take me to a Pompey game.
60.
Either that or
Richard, you require
Colchester.
135.
Stride here, 135 for 3-2.
Now, what I'm saying here, Henry, is the pace is dramatically slowing down as he gets down to a finish.
Kevin,
His
you require
rhythm looks better at the
116.
beginning of legs. And for Kevin Edwards, that's the perfect dart for 116. He may stay there or 16. 2 from 7 on the outer ring. I didn't have a great deal of confidence of that going
Richard,
in.
you require 89.
And what I'm saying, watch this first dart. He'll look up. But for me, he's a second too long holding it there. And then he goes down. Bizarre. What a dart, though. Double 16. Edwards looks to the gods.
Game
What
shot on
a
the
combination
fifth
finish that is for Richard Stride. Not aesthetically pleasing on the eye, you would argue.
Sixth leg, it's Richard
But just as effective and efficient.
Game on.
As any of the dart players have seen tonight. Go Richard is what I say.
I suppose it's similar to snooker, isn't it, where people talk about Mark Selby. Well, the formula works for him. He's won world titles doing it. And it's the same here for Richard Stride. It is working.
60.
Don't be dissing the Selby.
Oh, absolutely not.
He's sat next to the fanboy here.
But you know what I mean in comparison to the likes of Ronnie and...
I'm enjoying this performance.
95.
Standout game for me this week was the 109 average of
60.
Johnny Haynes. Really enjoyed his company afterwards. We had a game of pool and I thought he was absolutely outstanding. But you know what? These are the types of games that I really enjoy. Real match play. He won't. I'm sure people on Twitter and people will be saying,
45.
he's so slow, he's difficult to watch. It's just another challenge. I'm enjoying every moment of this game.
$140.
Kevin Edwards just staying in there, in the mix. And this would be a breaker throw. Kevin looks around.
140.
Great dart from Stride.
$138. Richard, you require
it's the fear of losing
161.
concentration for someone like Kevin Edwards there. But that treble 18 tells me he knows exactly what's going on here. And that's the problem for Richard. If I could speak to Richard afterwards, the pace is definitely slowing down when he gets down to a finish. That might be deliberate. Who am I to argue when he wanted 89? There's Kevin's frustration behind.
43.
Let me know
Kevin,
what you think.
requires 68.
Let me know what you think. That does a 180 at MSS Darts. How are you thinking about this game?
43.
Almost thinking about leg 7 there.
We
Richard,
haven't seen many bull finishes this
118.
week with last darts, have we? And this is for the match. Treble 20. He'll stay there. Two well-thrown darts.
44.
And that's the worst
Kevin,
dart.
you
How many times have I said that this
25.
week? At least hit the 18. Doesn't put as much pressure on this 25 as it should be. But it's 9 for 2 darts at double
Game
8.
shot on the
Well done,
leg.
Kevin Edwards.
Kevin
like I said, he's
Edwards.
fighting his own battles right now. Not only is he fighting the dartboard, but the dictating of the pace and Richard
Seventh
Stride
final leg.
makes
It's
this a
Kevin to
very,
throw
very
first.
difficult game.
Game on.
Just imagine the pace of Richard Stride and the quality of Dennis Priestley. How tough must it have been to stand behind Dennis Priestley at his best? Because it was roughly the same, same time it takes to throw the 3 darts. But imagine if you stood
66.
behind someone and it's 140, 180 like Priestley was at his best.
Because when you're that good, that just raises it even more, doesn't it? When you got a player just a little bit slower, but it's good. But again, this is Richard's game. This is what he does. It's working.
125.
I tell you what does hurt. I mean, as we're in the 23rd minute of this
100.
game for Kevin Edwards, if a 4-3 loss after being on that stage for over 25 minutes and then coming back with no points, that can hurt. For Richard, he doesn't care. You've got your qualities, Neil Duff, that you can hit 180s for fun. Terry Jenkins, you've got your qualities that you've been one of the greatest players
60.
that darts has ever seen. One of the qualities for Richard Stride, he's a great match player.
And of course, as well, this win will put him on to 4 points. Edwards then slipped down to 2.
140.
And then Stride has Jenkins in the final game of the evening, who is yet to pick up a point yet. And so there's a distinct possibility Stride could be on 6 points overnight and in a great position to go through to Saturday.
58.
Advantage Edwards, for arguably the first time in this match. What a dart that is. You'll see the 19s come into it. Oh, is that 2 in?
137.
What a setup. And we've spoken an awful lot about Richard Stride in this game. But from absolute nowhere, Kevin Edwards is going to have 2 darts at tops. for the match. And it's looking very much like, and it is
41.
at least
Kevin,
6
you
darts.
require 58.
Big moments for Kevin Edwards. In a match.
18.
Not to panic just yet. For Kevin Edwards, get back and reset. So here comes the pressure.
100.
Over to you, Kevin Edwards.
Kevin, you require 40.
To move yourself onto 4 points to finish with a 2-2 record.
Game,
and Kevin Edwards will be happy enough with his night's work. 2 wins from his 4 matches on his debut night here at the Super Series. He gets the better of Richard Stride by 4 legs to 3. With an average of 83.7, the game's solitary maximum. And so Edwards a 4-3 victor against Richard Stride. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to see the top 2 in the table go toe-to-toe as Paul Linwood takes on Neil Duff.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
to join us here on Saturday night, visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets. Here at the Super Series, Neil Duff has come storming out of the blocks in a number of his matches this evening, got himself into commanding positions, but has had a little bit of trouble closing some of his matches out. He takes on the man who has the opportunity to make it 4 from 4 and complete the perfect night here at the Super Series. If he can do that, one win will be the requirement on Friday night to book his spot in finals night. Can he edge himself closer to qualifying here? Let's find out, shall we? Glenn, Henry, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. Just saying there, and great analysis there, Abby, by the way. I totally agree. For if one thing that Neil Duff can look back on after tonight, he has come out the traps really, really well. It's just that stamina of finishing the game. He could have won a couple of games 4-0 tonight, but I think he'd be happy. A win over Paul here would make him join top with Paul and make these two heavy, heavy favourites to qualify from this group. But a win here for Paul Linwood. He's got 1.5 feet into Saturday night's final. A wonderful debut from the Welshman.
Delightful debut for the Welshman indeed, and he is, well, he's been the one who's lit up the blue touch paper this evening.
Game on.
He has been the pace setter tonight.
$100.
Wants a great start again. And what I mean by that is just the way the darts are flying there for Neil Duff. They were 3 well-flown darts.
81.
Yeah, he's got a lot of mannerisms of Richie Burnett if you watch Paul Linwood. He's one of them players you can't sort of take your eyes off whether he's throwing the dart
41.
or whether he's stood behind.
Linwood Cam.
There's Charlie. Once again, faultless. This afternoon we had Owen. Not even a sniff of a mistake between them.
100.
Good referees, but more importantly as well, behind the scenes, really good people too.
And Paul Starr.
45.
Our legendary director and the inventor of tungsten time. Have you got the T-shirt, Glenn?
T-shirts are available at all good charity shops.
Have you heard he's bringing out a Christmas single? Tungsten Time, Mistletoe and Wine. Apparently it's going to be released this year. It's going to be the Christmas #1. He's going to collaborate with Lad Baby for it.
I'll be working with Paul in Germany on the Phil the Power Taylor journey in Germany, and also in Butlins this year.
Butlins,
It'll be
Minehead.
tungsten time in Butlins. Looking forward to that. I might even wear his jacket that he's got on with him today.
44. Paul, you
call
require
out the bingo.
80.
Now, why is he going 16s? Purely because Neil Duff is on 226. So 48. He feels that 1 dart at double 16 or 3 darts at double 16 is better than 1 dart at tops.
97.
Good last start from Duff.
Paul, you require 32.
But once again, Linwood continues to impress.
And he shifted it just a little bit across. He's gone the other side now. Has a little shimmy over to the right. And then finds the double for the breaker throw in the opening leg in 18.
Second leg, it's Paul to throw first.
Game
on.
The 2 quickest players of the night doing battle. So as I began to doubt Linwood and think maybe 6 points is a good return for him, he's got one thing.
60.
And one thing on his mind. He wants 4 out of 4.
And why not? Because it puts you in that fantastic position where 1 win
45
on the Friday night means you are through, because 10 points, barring the most unlikeliest of scenarios where 4 players are tied on 10 points, then you do go through.
99.
Of course, there's a scenario where on 8 points, all the players can be level after all of the allotted matches. We've seen all the players level on 4 overnight a couple of times before.
140.
That led to some dramatic and tight conclusions to particular groups.
Michael Bully Boy Smith, what are we thinking? Glenn Durrant is to darts, what Carl Froch is to boxing commentary. Well, I did play in front of 80,000 people at Wembley against George Groves.
140.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to reading the fan mail later.
You can go 19s here.
99.
Second dart just sort of covered the bed for the Duff man here. A 140 would be ideal. A 136. We'll just sit that and just plonk it in the middle.
100. Pull you require 143.
Just hit the barrel of the second dart there, but 76 after 12. He'll be happy with that return. And he's going to come back with a chance.
57.
Parity.
Neil, you require 76.
For a level game. He'll go to 16s. And he's going to have one shot at tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
I remember on
Neil
Monday
Duff.
morning, that very second game, I said, we might just come back. And the thing that changed the whole week for Neil
Third
Duff
leg, it's Neil to throw first.
was
Game
one
on.
dart at tops on a 76 finish. And he replicates that one more time.
And it's those moments
140.
that separates the world champions like Duff from the rest. This is the stiff test for Linwood this evening. But every challenge that has come his
125.
way, he has managed to find a way to at least be equal to it, or if not, be better than it. But Neil Duff has been
140.
playing some of his top stuff this evening.
Yeah, he showed glimpses this week, hasn't he? It's just not sustained it for long enough. I think that will be his.
140.
Will be his assessment of the week.
But of course, if he picks up the $5,000 at
100.
the end of Saturday night and the place in Champions Week, then, well, when you're playing the lead up to it, renders irrelevant.
Absolutely.
They don't write averages on trophies. They just write the inscription
90.
of the victor.
Neil, you require 121.
Treble 13 for double 16 for a wonderful
Game
finish.
shot on the third leg.
Clinical,
Neil Duff.
concise, impressive stuff.
Fourth leg, it's Paul to
The
throw
Duffman
first.
takes
Game
total
on.
control. But actually, it was only a holder throw. That push out of the dart.
55.
I'm amazed that his elbows, he hasn't suffered over the years with
140.
pain in the elbow. 'Cause it just really is when you think of hyperextension. And look at that. I'm trying to say to young players, make sure you're pointing to that board at the end.
140.
Look at them fingers pointing to the oche at the end. He's doing everything right, but it just feels like because his elbow is so low at the beginning, and then he brings it up.
68.
I mean, clearly working for him, that's for sure. And you know, at 51-year-old, probably the way he's thrown darts for 30, 40 years.
Where the extension ends, it's akin to a breaststroke swimmer. And the arm completely extends out. Oh, have a look at that for a camera angle. I hope he doesn't go for the 180 because he should really go downstairs.
139.
Downstairs he does. Let's have a little look at the averages in this game.
82. Paul, you require 167.
Just having problems getting the averages on the... It's 94.41 for Linwood. And 92.44 from the Duff man.
99.
Quality affair in the penultimate game of the night.
$45. Paul, you require 68.
So 68 for Linwood, which gives him 2 darts at double 10. Now he's
60.
going to split for double 4. Now we've seen this a lot this week with Johnny Haynes.
We're beginning to think alike.
134.
What a setup there is. If you
Paul,
want
you
to put some
require
pressure on
8.
it. Well, Paul Linwood's been success after success tonight. Let's see what you like with a
Game
bit
shot
of
on the
pressure.
fourth leg. Paul
Tell you what
Linwood.
I'm like, Mr. Durrant. I'm going to smash it in first dart. We've got a level game.
Fifth leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Desmond at the Super Series, 2-2. Duff opening up the fifth. And opening up perfectly.
180.
Go on, Duff. Give us a 9. Give us a 9.
You promised me on Monday morning.
That maximum, by the way, brought up the century for the week. Now Duff is looking for further mountains to climb, but he will not reach the Everest of a 9-dart finish in this particular leg.
44.
Is Duff taking control? Because on his darts right now, he's performing really, really well.
60.
Hence the reason he's 5 or 6 points ahead in the averages, but this is a quality affair. That'll take Linwood back over the 90 average mark.
100.
Clear indication.
You require 161.
That he's playing well. He's dragged that into treble 1.
41.
You'll see him use the 18s just to set that 120, which we've seen so many times this week. For Linwood, he needs a treble. He might use treble 19 here. He's covered the bed so much.
60. Neil, you require 120.
Never understand that, but that's a great down. Now just simply don't bust it, so you'll see him go really close to tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
That is what it's all
Neil
about.
Duff.
And that are the kind of finishes that made him a Lakeside champion last year. A proud Lakeside champion.
Sixth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game
what I've
on.
seen, I haven't seen any sort of negativity from Neil Duff. I've seen a few disappointments when he's shaking hands at defeat. And like Henry, what he said is making
41.
me think more and more. It's not all about what you do tonight or even tomorrow night. It's just about qualification to Saturday night. And then it's about a case of putting the afterburners
40.
on. And that is the time, because darts is about timing.
And we saw, didn't we, early on in the week, there was particular points, wasn't there? Particular junctures
81.
where the frustration was just beginning to creep in. You heard a couple of yelps from the Duff man. But he's
60.
keeping everything in check here this evening. That's a perfect first dart.
He's impressive, isn't he?
99.
And what this usually means that he's going to be invited back to the MODUS Super Series again, because, you know, people want to see him. There's been a lot of social media about him tonight.
60.
And obviously that World Masters as a youth is sort of doing the rounds again.
More than doing the rounds as well, may I say.
100.
You may say. Good setup. Looks like this one's going all the way.
100.
Good dart. Another one of them would be nice.
100.
But that's not too bad. All Duffman can do is at a 140 or just something to make Paul Linwood think.
60.
And he hasn't done that.
Paul,
So
you
you'll
require
see him
80.
go on the 16s here. And that leaves 59 for tops.
60.
That's maybe the reason why he doesn't like tops. Just getting right up there seems a bit of a trek for him. I would use the bullseye here.
97.
The Duffman
Paul,
just
you
sort of sets up
require
84.
20.
And for 3-3, 3 darts, a double 10. Good marker. Doesn't like at the top of the board.
15.
He's dropping very low, Henry.
Neil, you require 84.
And so now it presents the Duff man with the opportunity to win the match on this 84. And so the 14s, the treble leaves in double 11 for the match.
Game, shots, and the match.
And Neil Duff claims victory by 4 legs to 2 against Paul Linwood. And so the Duff man on 6 points overnight, level with Linwood on that figure. But it's Linwood's superior legs difference, which means that he's going to be, no matter what happens, top of the table going into the second night's worth of fixtures in that group. We're going to take a break. After this, Stride against Jenkins.
So our final match of the night then, Richard Stride against Terry Jenkins. The Bull has had a lot of difficulties this evening, the only player yet to get off the mark in Group B. Following his consistent displays on Monday through to Wednesday, nobody expected this drop-off. Can he round his night off with a win and give himself some hope of going into tomorrow's action with confidence? A win here and he'll be level on 2 points with his opponent, who's certainly finding his stride here and might fancy his chances of making a bit of a move with 4 games remaining. To talk you through this one then, Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Thank you so much once again, Abby. Final match of the night. Terry Jenkins mentally will be wondering what the heck has happened tonight, because I think, like many of us sent in the comms box, did not expect this performance, and probably the last person he wants to see in the last game of the night is Richard Stride, who does things in his own unique way.
First leg, it's Richard to throw
Jenkins,
first.
who mentally
Game
is
on.
not sound. When I went past him earlier, Glenn, I can't, there's just nothing I can do. How is he going to react? And I'm sure he's played players like Dennis Priestley 1,000 times, and he might have to use all that experience to get through this game, because just looking at the table, 2 points does mean he can still qualify.
100.
A defeat here, it'll be a long 24 hours for him.
Terry Jenkins did actually play Dennis
100.
Priest in the 2007 Premier League. Jenkins, who was runner-up that year to a guy called Phil Taylor. Know of him?
Taylor.
59.
Rings a bell.
Did okay, didn't he? So he's runner-up there. Priestley also qualified for the playoffs. Yeah, Taylor won 16-6 in that final.
100.
Jenkins over the highest check out of 161.
Every dart is thrown with purpose here for Teddy Jenkins. Well, as I said, the last person you want to see is Richard Stride in front of you. He's just giving Jenkins, look at him, just stood behind there, contemplating, thinking.
83.
Just watch each dart here. It's going in with purpose. Big difference the way them darts were going in earlier. And dare I say, is the slower pace a real help to Terry?
And it is Jenkins who is first to a finish in our final game of the evening. Reminder, we are back tomorrow morning, 9:30 on Sporty Stuff TV
59.
and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
Does that mean we get about 20 minutes sleep tonight? Treble 17, how's he going to stay there? He might use the bull here.
87.
Good start by Jenkins in this match. Already taken the throw away from Richard.
60. Terry requires 74.
Now he's through with purpose. Will his finisher match that? Well, that's a bit of a disaster. 63. Is he going to be incorporating the bull? How does he feel? 140 is too much for
49.
Richard Stride.
Richard, you require 140. $60. Terry, you require 25.
For the first leg. This double has been battered
Game
this week.
shot on the first leg. Terry
That
Jenkins.
trend continues. 1-0 to Jenkins and a breaker throw. And
Second
boy,
leg, it's Terry
does he
to
need
throw
this.
first. Game on.
He's going to finish bottom of the table tonight. Oh, actually, no, it's Richard Stride above there, so we could be looking at leg
96.
difference here. But what he could do with a 4-0, because when it's 3 from 5 going through, leg difference could be really important. And I'll leave all the number crunching to my good friend. But we'll save that for another day.
85.
Yes, I might need to buy another notepad for that. Well, having a look at the numbers, obviously you can have a swing of 8 in a game. So a 4-0 win for Terry would put him on -4, and then would put Stride out to -6. A 4-1 would put both players onto -5, and then it will go on to the legs 1 bracket to decide who will be the basement boy come the end of the evening.
140.
Which is both the same. And so
We'll toss a coin.
and so it'd be the head-to-head winner, which should obviously be the winner of this particular match.
123.
That's why I'll leave all that to you, Henry. I would probably make a right mess of all that. I did get an A-level in statistics in my younger days, like. I haven't been able to use that to the quiz yet.
60.
Yeah, the quiz is a sore subject this week.
Saw heads more like.
I don't know what you could possibly be
129.
referring to, Glenn.
Yes, I went for a practice and I was finished by 8:15 and I thought, am I 50 quid away in a taxi or 5 quid away in a taxi? So I watched EastEnders instead. Now what I've got to contemplate, do I go to Colchester on Saturday for the fee that I'm driving home
140.
straight after the
Terry
final?
requires 68.
The idea of me and Owen in a car together for 3 hours is an interesting one.
We haven't seen the bull being hit with the last dart.
Game
Just
shot
as
the
I asked
second
for that.
lay. Terry Jenkins.
Terry Jenkins, Julie obliges. No matter what happens in this game, Terry Jenkins
Third leg,
will
it's
leave
Richard to
a
throw
very,
first.
very frustrated
Game
man.
on.
But once again, it's about what you do and just getting through to Saturday night. And he's got all the qualities to do that. And very selfishly, I want Terry Jenkins here Saturday night. And I want you, the crowd, here.
60.
Dartshop.tv. And the tickets are absolutely free. There'll be a raffle for a date with Henry Deacon.
66.
His first prize. Second prize is 2 nights out of... Sorry, Henry. The winner is...
He would like a night out with me anyway.
60.
I'll go out with you, Henry.
Oh, thank you, Glenn.
Your pain.
100.
I want to go to the Thai restaurant again. That's what I want to do.
Oh, yes.
Well, let's take Richard Stride with us. That's a wonderful dart for him. Wonderful dart, Richard Stride. Unbelievable dart.
180.
His 6th of the night. The highest amount of 180s of the night.
33.
I apologise. Neil Duff's at 7.
Don't worry, it's been a long evening.
Never noticed.
But we've enjoyed what we've seen. What do you make of Group C tomorrow, Glenn?
105.
Because I think we're going to have a real run for the line in that second position. I think McGeeney's probably as good as we probably needs a couple of wins to secure.
44. Richard, you require
Adam Nixon
96.
today at the end. But it's all to play for. I must admit, I do like Fridays where we can begin to see what Saturday night's looking like. You're probably arguing Johnny Haynes is there, of course. Mark McGeeney.
48.
Has Paul Linwood and Neil Duff done enough already? We're all to play for. It's not often the MODUS Super Series produces
80.
something
Richard,
very
you
normal.
require 48.
There's usually something at the end of it. It's 48 for Stride. As he bizarrely looks up to treble 20 and then aims down for double 16. There's the grimace.
16. $140.
Well, that
Richard,
applies
requires
pressure on this
32.
32 for Stride. This is for 2-1 and a leg back.
Game shot on the third.
And in it
leg.
goes,
Richard
2-1.
Stride.
And so Jenkins now with the throw to have a 2-leg lead
Fourth leg,
back,
it's Terry to throw
or
first.
to
Game
retain
on.
the 2-leg lead at 3-1.
$100. $60.
Concentration levels from Richard Stride. It's definitely one of his strengths. I just sat back quietly to watch them 3 darts. The Jenkins.
92.
2 points is an absolute must right now. He's in a fantastic position. Every stat available he's winning right now, barring the 180s. It's the 2-1 lead and a 140-point lead in this one. And he'll like what he sees with that.
And for Terry, will he be thinking, well,
41.
where was this earlier on this evening?
I think he's just a man of pure and utter frustration. He could have won this game 4-0 and still would have walked away being extremely disappointed.
96.
And it's come from absolutely nowhere, hasn't it? He was the first at the venue today, and I thought, you're early.
There was no indication as to what would happen in the first couple of games. But the indications are that Richard Stride is getting better here and is clawing his way back in the match.
His 7th max of the night. Good timing.
41.
25 there would have left 167. Stride here 220. And so he should be first to a finish. However, that slip into the 1 makes things rather difficult.
40.
He gets himself down to 180, and so he couldn't take advantage from that mini Jenkins slip.
And speaking of slips, you want to like that little one.
63.
Some of his finishing and setup play this week for Terry Jenkins. And again, for the fee of repeating myself, a lot of these players are here for preparation of the World Seniors. That's an area for Terry, because at times his scoring's been fine. Is it by far the most 180s of the players this week?
140. Terry, you require 109.
That was precariously close to the treble, by the way, that final dart. 109 for Jenkins for a 3-1 lead. Not this time, so Stride tops for 2-2.
45.
From nowhere?
Richard, you require 40.
From nowhere, it's Stride for 2-2.
Double 10.
Give me some thoughts for my tips for tomorrow. Now I've seen all 5 players play.
20. Terry, you require 64.
Tops.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
little chance
foreplay.
that
Terry
Richard Stride gave
Jenkins.
Terry Jenkins all night. Terry hasn't really penetrated them doubles like he would like to have done. But the
Fifth leg, it's
execution
Richard
this
to throw
time, and what
first.
will have felt really good, is it
Game
was
on.
right in the corner. It's 3-1 to Terry Jenkins.
And I suppose what Terry's got to look at is if he gets over the line here, the position is still recoverable. Yes, he's going to need a push on Friday, but he wouldn't be out of the race as of yet.
Yeah, as you know,
140.
quite simply, the mathematics, if he wins this game and then all 4 tomorrow, 10 points will be enough.
60. $140. 100. $70.
Glenn's made his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Abigail Davis.
100. Richard, you
on the
require
conclusion of this particular
151.
match. 151 for Stride for 3-2. He's going to get 6 from here.
$59.
Jenkins looking to apply pressure.
140
140 leads him on 101. Stride
Richard,
back
you require
for 92 to extend this match. 72 left, so has options. Decided to go for the 18s.
56.
So Jenkins
So you
101
require 101
to get the job done and seal a 4-1 success. Well, that's a happy accident, potentially, if he can find the treble, which he can't find. And so Stride returned to double 18 to
13.
bring us back to 3-2.
Richard, you require 36.
Double 9, one left in hand. Jenkins back on 88.
18.
And so Jenkins
Terry, you require 88.
to claim his first win of the night in his final game of the night. The bull gets a dart at the bull.
53. Richard, you require 18.
Double 9.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Richard Stride.
And so Richard Stride brings it back to 3-2, but Terry Jenkins here has the darts in the 6th to
6th leg, it's Terry to
claim
throw
a first win of the
Game
night.
on. $135. $140. $81.
Stride, Tom 40 to start. Jenkins over 135. Back that up with the 81. And that's a nice first start, just sitting on top of the bed.
100.
Tunnel do. They're basically leveling each other out here.
$40. $100.
Stride first to a finish, leaving 161 after 9. Good leg from him, but this is riposte of some proportions from Jenkins.
140. Richard, you require 161.
To take us the distance. To take us all the way. Not to be this time, and so Jenkins is going to get his match-winning chance on this 105.
95. Terry, you require 105.
For a 4-2 success. 85 left, so treble 15 for tops, for the match, for Jenkins.
Game, shots, and the match. Terry
For a
Jenkins.
4-2 success for Terry Jenkins. The bull gets his first win of the night in the final game of the night. He gets the better of Richard Stride by 4 legs to 2. Let's have a look at the stats. An 84.61 average for Jenkins, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Helped thanks to that 105 checkout to win. Stride 83.76. We've seen some good stuff from him this evening. I'm sure we're going to see more tomorrow. But our final order of business is to have a chat with Glenn Durrant with Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. It has been far from vintage Terry Jenkins this evening. How much do you think that victory keeps him in the race tomorrow?
Oh, it absolutely does, but he could have won that game 4-0 and had 120 average and he'll still be feeling frustrated. Just when I was beginning to think I was working this game out, that happens tonight. If you'd have said to me as we walked in, Terry Jenkins will be in 5th place, I would snapped your money off you. But yeah, he's kept himself in it. That's the positive.
And as you can see in the table there, 2 players on 6 points at the moment, Paul Linwood and Neil Duff. A really crucial meeting between those in the previous game. Linwood, of course, would have gone within 1 victory of making finals night if he was to get over the line in that one. Fair to say that Linwood will be the happier of the 2 going into tomorrow night, though?
Yeah, for me, I mean, believe it or not, it was all about Richard Stride today for me and the element he brought to the actual competition, just with the pace and a different challenge. But Linwood, for me, was the player of the night by a long way. I really enjoyed watching him and watching his darts.
Yeah, really intriguing as well with Richard Stride. We have already spoken about it, but how players deal with players who are a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical, and maybe Neil Duff, that's the one thing he'll need to work on tomorrow. Absolutely.
Richard Stride done absolutely nothing wrong. Do you know what? I quite enjoyed watching him play. He's not aesthetically pleasing on the eye. He's not like a Michael Smith versus Van Gerwen. This is just a different element to the game. The guy's a methodical, slow player. Deal with it.
Absolutely, there we have it, does us say, and deal with it. We'll be back from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning for the conclusion of Group C, and we'll have to deal with those alarms then. See you then.